weather is the boss out here. Not some screen, not some talk in my ear. From the grain to the gray old moss, clock says go, but the sky says stop. I plan, I push, I cuss, I toss out on this finished cross. Yeah, yeah. The weather is the boss. Coffee in a jar, frost on the shed roof, keys in my hand. Massey 35, waiting by the birch line. Old paint fading, still stops on command. Oh yeah, red tractors in the pines, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. 35, 165, 399, still pulling fine. 645 by the front of the line. Red tractors in the pine. Rain dust dancing, sun breaks the fall. Black soil turning under steel and slaw. 165 homes through the low wet ground. 399 holes as the swans swing around. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the barley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. At our feet, 4 old friends and a lifetime of weed. Red tractors in the pine, working through the finished sky. From the valley to the rye, and the spruce that scrapes so high. Tractors in the pine.
Good morning. Let's do some morning maintenance before we start harrowing again. Some dust off. Put some stuff in the cabin here that we need. Drinks, chat phone, maybe for now. I have like these cans, couple of batteries. Should be everything. Yeah, a little bit dust there. A little bit of dust. I'm gonna grab the saw with me before I forget that. Yep. And dump my rocks from here. Rock collection. That was a big one. Just a really old saw that's not sharp even anymore, but it's good for things like this. Just a crappy old saw. This is needed. Let's put this somewhere in the corner. Then we should check these, and the chains are good. One day, one of these nuts were kind of loose and work their way loose when you drive a little bit, but seem like they're okay now. Yep. Seems good. Got tire pressure in the tires, still no flat tires. Harrow should be all good. Then just air filters back and you check oil.
Joo, det ska jag checka ensin.
Yeah. Oil and coolant. Fordon där andra ska just rätt alltid. Det får på.
Ja, det här just vilket hål det är det här liksom.
Ja, utan man tvinnar.
Om man lägger det här fästet så får det där tar i eller sen dit tar i och sen här tar i.
Och sen löser det här.
Twistel och
Det här före det här.
sen först.
Den sätter
det här.
ja, den sätter det för. See.
Sen gör det här.
Side. Ja, det var det där motorlämpet, de stegningar går mycket det att det buggar eller går det att det är väl lika komma.
Ja, Antonin är lite lägre kalibration, men bara det lite sån.
Det var någon gång var det är olika så det varierar lite från gång till gång att det där någon gång så visar det mer.
Det är så därför så
Någon gång tar man det, någon gång tar man
det
inte.
där vitsis helt på inte för upp eller lite det är just det där tarvike Antonis det är lite annat.
Ja. Så där, nu tror jag att det är ganska nära.
Ja.
Vänd den där whipstaken. Nu får det. Now it's in.
Sån där, det är sån där tulppa som faller sån där.
Får det där, den får inte fast. Det här tror jag tar det här så får det kanske in med. Det på det kan poppa in det där nu. Yeah. Now it's in, yeah. See from the other side.
Och det här var det där. Tulppan för i där.
Ja.
Så fan det här. Så borde ha det i alla fall. Så det här var. Det här liksom går det bara till en håll.
Kan hända.
Du ska på det här.
Är det fast? Jag tror inte det. Nej, det är det är som är så löst det här. Nå, och det hålls där.
Där är jag som bara. Sån där tulppa för i sån. Det är sån där liksom sån där som far det sån där järn så far det bakom det liksom.
Det är så här plopp.
De uppgifter som man böjde plåt så för att det far ut.
Ja,
Så far det.
man tyckte det skulle någon sån härifrån skulle vara på kanten. Det skulle inte se så bra ut men det skulle vara lättare att sätta fast. Det är alltid sådär wobbly.
Ja, men det är nog man.
Nu är det skulle jag säga det.
Det här liksom. Det här kostar det far bara åt ena hållet.
Ja.
Men nu är det liksom.
Not moving.
Här är samma som det där C-plåten som det är sån där färg sån där järn som är sådär så långt koppar liksom.
Ja. Pop it shut. And yeah, did you check oil? Ja, det är enklare det bästa. Och peräöljyt, att de inte sjunker mycket.
Ja, sen hyttfilter bara så.
Ja, no, det var inte så dammat igår. Optional. Jag fick nog ett bra happe i hytten.
Sen efter kan man nog blåsa, ja.
Ja. Ja, sen kan man städa sen visket när man har fått. Det dammar inte, de där dammar inte så mycket idag tror jag.
Det blir bara så att det börjar blåsa lite mindre när det är mycket liksom motstånd i. Det är inte så mycket det var nej.
Nej, det har inte varit så dammat i år.
Ja, det sydar lite så.
Det sydar lite upp bakåt. Ja.
Nu är du sydad det att borde med.
Nu skulle det borde vara, ja. Nu har det inte syns så är det inte bra alls. Allt kort.
det hade igång den där just nu är det nog rann ner på många minuter liksom att det
Ja.
är så mycket som det blir så hins.
Nu är det, nu är det tork bort. Ja. Kanske det var det just när det syder lite så det varierar.
Det är där när det så härkar det så lite som det syder så far det bort från den skalan.
Ja.
Det skulle vara något som är mitt på mig.
Nu är det ju rejält typ. Nu är det nog
Det
tillräckligt.
är där liksom.
Mm. Eller till och med dit alltså. Något men det är tillräckligt i alla fall. Det är ju harmonen ner så det är då det sätter max oljan in dit. Så det är i alla fall millan och den märken nu.
Det drar där på det kanten.
Ja, det är svårt. Seems like it's up to there almost.
Det där.
Ja. Men det är när det syder så är det tillräckligt när det syder.
Det är sådär liksom.
Very tractor dependent.
Någon paikka som man måste hela tiden passa.
In i hallgolvet det. Ja, dit kan man testa
Men
sen.
nu är det i alla fall tillräckligt mycket.
Det är tillräckligt.
Det är liksom 2 gånger i huvudet max.
Ja,
no. Det är syndiskt.
Det är när man lyfter harvan upp och så far det lite
så
dit.
det skulle vara mitt på ganska mitt på.
Ja.
Så det är så direkt nära.
Should be good. Så där var det, hade checkat kylarvätskan, ska du checka den.
Det ska jag se nu.
Annars så kan jag inte så köra här till och tankar.
Ja.
Refuel. Ja, jag tar fire up the thing sen. Eller det här GPSen kan jag fire up. Let's fire up the GPS and stuff. Oops. Get the camera. The one thing is not firing there. We can fix that probably. Oh yeah, we need to put the electricity on there. Then we got the spare battery we can use for charging something. This guy goes somewhere. Oh yeah, this phone was not doing anything yet. Yep, power on, then we can fire this one up. Then we can already do from here, new, same field but new task, small field. Yes, guidance line, we'll choose something else. Now you're gonna wait a little bit. for the RTK, I guess, but that should be good. I guess a new one here also. I knew.
Kanske sådär mycket.
Visst ser det räcker. Det är inte tomt anklar när vi ser det.
Och det där slangen drar inte så att lite från botten.
Nej, jag ser. That might be a good line, we'll see. Zoom in a wheelie. Yeah, that should be good. Yeah, now we should be able to fire up and need to refuel first. Torde kranhyppy! So that we can lower the thing down here. Den ska jag lyfta upp, ja. That and then this we can lift up in the back also, so we don't hit the boom. Should be good. And we can lift the harrower up. Hienosy är nästan, det är bara lite under halva så det far nog inte så mycket nu inte till. See if we have everything working here now. Yeah, that's working. Pump in some fuel. Nu är det nu vid halva. Det skvalpar lite men det ökar ganska snabbt här nu i metan. We had almost half a tank, so but that's like those tanks are empty pretty much now. Once we fill this up now, we're pretty much out of fuel here at the farm. But we should have enough to get the spring works done. Now we don't need to have any fans on. Nu är det sådär 2/3. Nå, nej, 1/4. Ja, det räcker nog just. det ser ut som de har sett dem där, och det beror på om man vet inte om det är hela det där så kanske något sånt, ja. Det är ju 3/4 det ryms det nu till.
Ja.
För att det som man ser nog bara när det börjar komma till smalare så kan man ju lite så är det ungefär fullt. Ja, det skummar här lite. Kanske det börjar dra tomt. Men om man känner nog det om det börjar pumpa tomt så man hoxar nog det. Lite till ännu så är det fullt så räcker det till idag. Ja, det är lite till ännu.
Det var nog en tag räcker nog en hel dag.
Ja, jag skulle säga det.
Jag räcker att ni har lite till.
Nej.
Nu kommer det.
Ja, man känner nog så att det börjar, sen börjar dra luft så vidare, det är som att du löst. Few more pumps. Now the gauge is pretty much full.
Ja.
Nu visar det här fullt men jag vet inte, du rymde någon lite. Men lite till ännu, ja. Hose empty. Always need to empty the hose.
Nu börjar det småningom få lite hals.
Ja, nej, då är det nog ganska nära fullt.
Ja.
Men inte får det ännu heller tomt. Det räcker, det är bra att det räcker.
Det är så här tillbaka att det börjar
Det är nog actually inte mycket kvar nu mer.
Nej, det är så att man går till 100 lite.
Ja. Ja, det är bra att det räcker. Nu ska man fundera lite sen när man köper till.
Man gör där.
Jossain vaiheessa.
Lite neråt, hoppa lite.
Sådär, nu var jag kör. Let's go driving. Refuel and everything. Today we can start with the small field, I guess. Because yeah, minimum goal today is to get the small field done and then probably the big field, at least most of the big field. There's some activity in the ditch again. I believe there's a lot of frogs there again. A lot of bubbling in the ditch. And then we have painting on, right field, new task. Let's go. Geese going, bunch of geese. drag that in a bit, I think. Seems like it's loud again. Don't know if the setting doesn't save or what. Would it need to be that loud of a beep? A big pile on the edge there. Let's see if there's something stuck there. Or some weeds or something. Yeah, it should be good weather today to do some things here. It's not gonna be as hot as yesterday, but it's good. Then we don't need the AC, which means huge fuel savings.
first, I think. Have like some playlist or something. Just gonna listen to some music here, I think, at the same time. Oh no, I need to take the, not YouTube, but the YouTube music thing.
push. Yeah, we will try to. At least we can get this field, small field, done for sure. %67 done on this field. Other field is slightly larger though. There's a little bit, some patches here with the twitch grass. clearly see where it's like better dirt, and then up here it's more like clay. You can see quite the clear color difference now. Chunky here at this corner. Good morning, alien. Yep, we have done 1.2 hectares here, so this is almost done. Might need a few small extra passes where there's a lot of chunkies, but for the most part I think it should be pretty good. Yeah, because there's good moisture where there's the good soil, but in the clay parts, both on this field and the big field, it's probably not gonna be super good germination here if we don't get rain on this. Pretty dry and pretty chunky. But yeah, it's still supposed to rain a little bit tomorrow, but maybe between 5 and 10 mils. So it's could be a little bit more, but we'll see. Yeah, with the rain now, it's the more the better. 5 series of sleeps. So that now that's a dirt chunk. Here there's usually it pulls up some rocks. Yesterday when I did here it pulled up like a huge rock, but was able to lift it to the side. And always check here if we see any obvious rocks. That there's a little pile there. Yeah, it's been a few long days now, and it's seems to always end up in that you're kind of waiting, and then then the rain all comes at once, or at least the hope of rain comes at once. But yeah, I think this is now as good as we can get here. Quite chunky, but pretty much as good as we can get it. Same thing, here was where the big root was, somewhere here. So chunky there, it kind of wants to stay chunky. Very bad soil there. Do a little extra pass here at this headland. It's kind of some rough stuff here. I think it's as good as we're gonna get it. Then we'll switch over to next field, which is again a very simple affair. very short distance. And we just need to switch fields and switch tasks. Was this field, I believe. Yes. Boundary should be good. Line we can choose. It could be one that's like this way now. Should have renamed this. I got like lines from previous years. Let's try. These all the same. This one. Let me zoom in and stay in the right place. This is like, no, it's like a straight line. I don't want that. Where is it gonna go? I wanna zoom, it wants to go to the side always. Oh, come on. Yeah, that might be a good line for today. But first we'll just go around and then this one is, there is one that's 0%. We could do a new one. Good morning has. Now we should have that. That's implement is right. This is right. That's right. Should be good. Yeah, that's a good line. Then we start record. Then we should be good to go. And the harrow doesn't have anything caught in it, so should be actually ready to go. We'll go around the field first once and do the tricky bits, and then we can do the simple bits. This field doesn't really have any chunky stuff. It was big difference again when it was plowed in the fall. It's kind of more smooth stuff, so this should be pretty simple. Yep, we're already on, the time is like 8 AM and we're already on the second field. Big difference is in how big the field is, surprisingly. Hello there, Jim. Do you know of Roundup? No, it's not banned here, but we don't use it anymore because we farm organically, but it's not banned here. But yeah, I don't know Roundup. Probably safe, but I mean, you never know. Man-made chemical, so don't really. It's kind of hard to know, actually. Then we got some islands and stuff in the way here. Tricky bits. Need to flip up the harrow, then I can go in between those rocks. Doesn't fit like this, it's too wide. Too wide. I guess we could probably do maybe just go around first. And then flip it up. Or probably best to flip it up now that I can do those narrow parts. Yeah, now we need to do some extra stuff. Need to flip up and then take the wings up, probably both sides, so that we can fit there between. Now we got the narrow harrow. Narrow harrow. I don't know, John can probably fit here once with the cedar. And I can barely fit with the tractor here. Barely like this even with the harrow. Yeah, if we could blow that one rock up there, then it would be kinda... then I wouldn't need to flip the wings up. Some years I've definitely left this just unplowed here. It's kinda whatever, yeah. Kinda whatever if you wanna do this or not. Yeah, I don't know. Maybe he can fit with the cedar there. Barely. But yeah. There's a rabbit. Rabbit friend running over the field. Don't know if you see. Probably camera too low or something. There was a rabbit running over the field. Yeah, you could like cut off this little section of the field here and make it into a grow some rabbit grass here or something. So yeah, John doesn't, you don't even need to see this if it feels like it's it's very like narrow there, so we can just leave it like that even. But yeah, now I need to go outside and unlock the thing so we can flip it back down again. And then we can do the rest with the wide one. down again. May go over with the cover crops there and leave it. Yeah, definitely. There's again, if you could blow, there's like one big rock and then there's like a pile of small ones. I believe there's gotta be a big rock underneath the small ones because they would not have piled the small ones there otherwise, I think. So that's like a pile of smaller ones, but there's gotta be a big one somewhere underneath or something. Otherwise they would have piled the rocks in the forest. Okay, then we're ready to go again. Then a couple more corners, then we need to do some logging here also maybe. A little logging in the one corner, I think. Same with these, some of these like rough corners here, if it's like you don't need even, you almost could do like a round corner with the cedar. Maybe not this corner, but there nothing grows really in the very corner, so. There's a big rock in the corner there also, so. You can kind of do, when you do the seeding, you can kind of do whatever feels good here. So if you cut this field off here, you leave a little bit here untouched, make some sort of rabbit paradise there or something. Maybe EU has something like that, then we could, this corner here would be good or something like that. Doesn't really grow. Or it's kind of hard to farm when it's so many small corners. But yeah, this corner there's like aspen trees, or there's some aspen roots out in the field here. Need to clean those out a little bit. I think we can do like this first, and I'll go outside and rip some roots. Maybe I'll take you guys with me actually. Then we can back in the corner after that. Yeah, I'll go outside. Chopping action. I can take this backpack, then you guys can actually see what we're doing. Then we'll take the saw, the gloves and the saw. The things you need to do when you do seeding. Cutting trees, cutting roots. So I probably plowed this corner a little better than before, so you can see there's a few massive roots. Some of the smaller stuff is easy enough, but then there was at least this one. That's not too big. This one is a big one. This one maybe. It's all from these three. That's a big one. This guy is the one that I need the saw for, I think. I could not pull this out, and it's also... This could cause some issues in the cedar. This was the big one. Now I think it shouldn't break the cedar anymore. Now I don't see anything big anymore. The rest should be fine. Now I think it's good. The really small one shouldn't cause too much of an issue. You can see even here there are roots. Tree grows roots everywhere out here. Now it should be good. Daily workout. Thank you, Jim, for the bits. Old saw for dirt roots, yep. As you saw there, it's really the only way. Just use an old saw. Doesn't really matter if it gets like even more dual. I need to go closer to the edge than that, I think. But yeah, there's no ditch right there. You can see all the way otherwise there's a ditch, but as soon as there's no ditch, then there's roots in the field. It's happened in a few other places also. As soon as you have no ditch there, then the trees grow roots out in the field. I mean, they're not dumb, they've probably sensed that there's a lot of nutrients in the field. Then they're like, let's grow roots everywhere. Makes sense for a tree, from a tree's perspective. Yeah, this corner also here, it's usually always really wet here. Now it's not actually wet. There's still moisture here, but sometimes there's like standing water right here. And then over here there's a rock. John needs to remember here is a rock. It's barely visible now. Could maybe try to clean it out. With the cedar, you don't want to go super close there. Here where's a ditch, here there's no problem with roots. The roots from the trees from the other side, they don't really grow in here. But yeah, one more corner here, I guess then we should have all the corners done. And it should be a little bit more speedy after that. Then we can start picking up some auto steer lines. Put the throttle on the here, then we don't need to have hands or feet anymore. just roll back and forth. And when we started like this, it's gonna be maybe first 3 hectares gonna be real easy. Then a little bit behind the island and then the power lines and everything. But yeah, this is very fine already, so it's and not bouncy now when we have done one pass, so we can go much like 2.5 kilometers per hour faster than yesterday. So according to this, we do like 3.7 hectares per hour, but considering that we turn around sometimes, we probably do like 3.5 hectares. So it should take, this field should take now probably under 2 hours. Probably a little bit under 2 hours. Yeah, it's much smoother now. It's much more comfortable to do the harrowing also when you're not bouncing around the whole time. big chunk at the corner. Could go lift that to the side. That could also plug in the cedar, I think. Might want to do that now before I forget it. Like a big chunk there. I'm just gonna go flip it to the side, see if there's maybe there's some rocks or something also.
Yeah, pretty much. There's the one battery that charges the cell phone. It kind of charges really slow, so that one isn't fully charged, but the camera and the main battery were fully charged, so we should be good for whatever we were good for yesterday. Maybe like 10 hours or something. At least that long, I think it should work. Draining the cam, we can see. Yeah, camera is at 92% now. It started at 100, so it drains like, what does it drain? Like a little over 5% per hour.
At least I can show all the harrowing and then most of the seeding. Depends on how long it takes. It's gonna take quite a bit, I think. Small field for sure, and then the big field. Yeah, it's gonna take a while. Rolling. It depends if it rains. Maybe if it now it seemed like the rain was gonna be like in the afternoon, then maybe I can roll in the morning. We'll see. Shouldn't take, it's gonna take like 2 to 3 hours, so maybe if it's dry enough tomorrow morning then we could try to roll before it's gonna rain right after, then the rolling is not that important. Yeah, here you can see that the spring was very good. When you do almost one pass, it's like the dirt is all very fine. That depends mostly on the spring. And this spring was pretty good, so it's all very fine material everywhere. At least the fall plowed stuff. The spring plowed stuff is a little bit rougher, but even this could be rough. Like one spring everything was like super hard and chunky. But now it's even the clay parts, it's pretty good here. Breaks apart like easy. Some of the seeders have like they have almost like a little harrow in front of the seeder. Then you could basically harrow this once, and then you could seed into this with just like one pass. But our seeder does not have the mini harrow in front of it. Yeah, with the power harrow you could probably have done just one pass and seeded directly. Or maybe only have, yeah, like a flat harrow or whatever you call it that just flattens everything and then just straight power harrow. Hi dude, how many times do you work the soil? Twice. We did this field the first time yesterday, now I do it the second time. And then my brother can put the seeds in the ground after that with the seeder. But yeah, we usually with this one we do 2 passes. One is it's a little bit too little, like in the very best spots where it's really good soil. You could maybe get away with 1 pass, but on the more clayey parts, it's better if you do 2 passes. Now I know somebody like back in the day, I think they did even like 3 passes, but 2 is pretty good, like it's good enough, and then if you do 3 passes you're just gonna use so much fuel that it's probably not better anymore. Yeah, John can do. I think I'm gonna be done by lunch here. Then we'll switch over to the seeder and then John can start doing the seeding. But yeah, this is not no-till. If you do the no-till route, then you basically do 1 pass in total. But I think for organic farming, I think the no-till doesn't really work, at least yet. But there was a very interesting. I saw like it was in the news somewhere. They had made like it was a robot, a little robot, like a dog-sized robot. It like went in the field. Then it had like vision, like machine vision. Then it could see the weeds, and then it actually mechanically like picked up the weeds. So if that becomes more mainstream and like actually affordable for farmers, then I could see us doing like no-till organic farming. Like that would be the dream. Then you would use way less fuel. But it's of course it's at least like I would say 5 to 10 years in the future. In the best case scenario, I think. Because yeah, new technologies like that, it's first gonna be available to the big farms that can invest like large amounts of money. But yeah, that would be a very cool if you could do. Then nobody would need to really spray anything if you could get those small robots, a bunch of them, to just go through the field and pick up all the weeds. It would work for all weeds, no chemicals needed. Maybe that's the future. Could very well be. Because the main reason why we do the tillage is to get rid of weeds. If we could get rid of the weeds in some other way, then we wouldn't need to do as much tillage. Because yeah, like in a perfect world, no-till is kind of best for the soil. Especially if you can like then also use like lighter tractors and stuff. Then like tillage is not needed in that, like it's not absolutely needed. But yeah, with the equipment we have available, this is the best route. There are other ways you can do it, but yeah, would need to invest in different machines and different principle and different ways. Now we've done 1.7. We can probably do like almost 3 hectares here with pretty decent passes, and then it's gonna be behind the island some stuff and a bunch of shorter stuff over there. Now the forests are also turning green again. The birch leaves are coming out. That is usually when the birch leaves come out, then you're always seeding. That's a very good sign, or a sign that's usually when you're seeding. What speed? We're going 8.2, 8.1. Pretty much as fast as I want to go. If you go faster, then the harrow might start to bounce around. Now it's moving a little bit, but it's staying in the ground still. And then maybe if we come to some like rougher parts, then you can slow down a little bit. But main speed is like 8 kilometers per hour, a little bit more maybe. Yesterday when I did the first pass, I did like 6 kilometers per hour. Or even slower, like 4 or 5 in the really rough spots. Now we can do like 8 in almost all spots. But yeah, when you're driving with a harrow like this, the speed, the correct speed, it varies a lot depending on who you ask. I think in Sweden they had a lot of like where they put like a huge harrow, like a really wide one, and then they drove like really slow. And then in some places they prefer like a narrower harrow and like huge speed. So there's definitely almost two schools of how you want to do it with the same machine there. Some want to go really fast, and some think it's better if you go kind of slow on the slower end. I think the best is like a reasonable speed, but not so much that everything is like bouncing around. But yeah, a little bit of speed is good because you can see the tines that go in the ground. When you have a little bit of speed, they kind of vibrate. And then they break down stuff better. If you go like really slow, then they're basically just dragging like this. But if you have a little bit of speed, they start to like vibrate. You can maybe see that they're like moving around. That helps a lot to break down stuff, and yeah. Yeah, maybe it's that also. If you buy a little bit too big harrow, then you have to go because not enough power. But yeah, I've heard somebody drive like 15 kilometers per hour with a harrow. It would be like double this speed. Then this field would even be bumpy if you try to go like 15 kilometers per hour. Pretty crazy speed. And also, it's probably just a little bit the same as when plowing. Like if you double the speed here, then you will use like almost like 3 times the fuel. So that's also like a consideration, especially now with outrageous fuel prices. Yeah, with the tracked vehicles, yeah, it's probably smoother. But yeah, I don't know the tracked vehicles, like they don't, how do they have any like suspension? Because if they, I think some of the tracked vehicles, like if you drive over like a sharp ditch or something that's kind of like a bump, then it can actually like bump the tractor quite a bit. Because they don't have like the tires, they like flex a little bit, but the tracks, it's in themselves, they don't really flex. So I've never driven like a tracked vehicle, so I don't know how bumpy or not bumpy is it. And maybe there's different type of tracks also. And I mean, some newer tractors, of course, they have like suspension in the cabin. So even if the tractor goes a little bumpy, then the cabin is like smooth. Like this cabin doesn't have any cabin suspension yet. But that's one thing that the newer tractors have for sure. Like cabin suspension, even like front axle suspension, that's gonna make it a lot less bumpy in the cabin also. Yeah, maybe where the track is in the track, yeah, because where the track is mounted to the frame, there's probably no suspension there, but maybe there is in the track. I mean, if the track is a little bit like on a tank, then on a tank they have at least like all the wheels can kind of go up a little bit. So if it's similar to that, then there is like suspension in the track itself. But yeah, I don't know anybody that has a tracked vehicle here, but it's definitely in Finland. Some of the big farms they have like tracked vehicle even in Finland. But it's still not very common here in Finland because they're very expensive. I think there was one farmer had, and he had to replace the track on one wheel, and I think just the belt or the track itself, it was like, I think it was 10,000 euros to replace one belt. Oh man. And then you have 4 of those on one tractor. I don't know, maybe if it was a rear it could be more expensive than the front one, but yeah, imagine like replacing 4 tracks, 40,000 euros. I know these tires are expensive, but that's like a whole different ballpark. 4 new tires for this tractor is probably like 5,000 euros or something. But yeah, 5,000 to 40,000. That's a big jump. You definitely need to actually have use for it to make it pay off. With tracks you don't have to check tire pressure. Yeah, they don't go flat. You would have to drive over something big that's sharp, that it would like cut the whole track, but that's kind of if you drive over something like that, then you should probably see it, because it needs to be like a nail would do nothing. It would need to be something long and sharp or something like that. So yeah, the tracks should be, they're good against nails at least. That's a plus. A little bit harder here. I think it might be a little bit softer underneath here. Not big difference, but a little bit. Stick is that? Probably just straw or something. Well, the biggest one is without suspension, and bigger two ones at the ground in front and rear have a big mechanism lever that shock absorber suspension. Okay, yeah. Yeah, that makes sense. It's pretty much like a tank. I think the tanks have something like similar sort of suspension. Now the islands start to come in between here, so we need to do some shorter passes. Not too hot today, so torsion bar suspension, so at the bottom of the vehicle along the steel bars which twist and spring. Yeah, something like that. Yeah, so it's a little bit different, but yeah, it is good. Yeah, because if you have no suspension at all, then it's very, very rough. I saw there was somebody they drove with a car. They had made it so the car had absolutely no suspension, and it was like the car was like bouncing. The whole car was bouncing around from every little bounce. It's actually crazy. Yeah, if you would drive a car with absolutely no suspension, it would be so horrible. Like one serious bump and the whole car flies in the air almost. It actually looked really crazy. 3 hectares you can do when you do from this side. Then you're to the island, to the second island, to all kinds of obstacles. Now we've done so many passes, now this isn't any more rough here, so we can just keep kind of same speed everywhere, I would say. Yeah, there's maybe on the other side of this island there was a couple of really rough spots. We might wanna lower down the things that are in the front of the harrow, then you can actually drag more dirt and fill in the holes. Here there's really no big holes, I think. But there was on the other side there was a couple of pretty bad ones. Blackbirds arrived. Flock of them. Yeah, here we might want to slow down a little bit. See a big rock there at least. there's like, here was a big one because there's still a pretty big hole left. But yeah, when you turn around here a few more passes, it should be okay-ish. Okay-ish to see it over. Break. I saw a few rocks that we can toss on the island here. Some rocks there, just a few, not huge one, but big enough to I wanna throw them to the side. actually quite a few around the island. Made the island a little higher again. Now we did behind that island, now we can do between this island and the next island, and then we do the third section behind the other island. Split into sections. This power line here is good. It's in the middle of the island, so this one at least is not in the field. At least one of them happened to be on an island. The rest are pretty much in the field then. I don't know, I haven't measured the distance between the power poles. I don't think they can adjust the distance too much. They just put them with the same distance always, I think so. At least that happened nicely there. Then if this smaller one would be on this island, it would be kind of good. This power line, it goes exactly over this island. expect they're done soon. So then we got about 2 left. This corner is also, I mean, John could do just a round corner here. It's kind of, I don't think anything really grows in this corner. We'll try to smooth it out a little bit more, but John could just do like a smooth curve here and that, like cut off a little bit from this corner would probably be better. Such bad dirt here already. Yeah, I don't think they can change the distances too much of the power poles. Kinda has to be the whatever it's designed for. And now these rough parts are getting not so rough anymore, I think. Kind of get it filled in. pass back and forth, then this mini island is done here, then it's smooth enough everywhere. So that you can see it without the teeth falling out. Yeah, now it's good. Then the next obstacle, power line. Couple passes, then that's done. Then it's, I guess, then it's only odd shapes, but then there's no, I guess there's one rock in the field there. Then it's just, yeah, this side of this island and the uneven forest edge. Good around the pole there, I think, for the most part. Couple of big lumps there. I'm gonna push those. Those could plug even the cedar. Throw them, kick them in the, not the ditch, but in the plow furrow. there was even today there was a chance of like some small water drops. Looks kind of like rain clouds now, but shouldn't be anything that stops us today at least. Pick up just a random line here. Unstoppable Finnish sisu farmers. Yeah, we'll keep going, but if the fuel price, if it stays like this or goes higher, then we need to eat a lot of sisu. Or dig real deep, too deep. We can do this part first, and then we'll do the by the barn last. the area of this field is like 6.4, but I think that includes the islands. So the actual area of this field is like 6, I think. So that island plus the other island, like in total there, maybe half a hectare. So it's not in, even if you would remove all those rocks and everything, then pretty marginal increase in size. Left there still. Maybe like half. Kind of like half a pass. Whoops. That first, then we'll do this little part last here. about a quarter of a tank of gas or diesel, so John does not need to refuel this. There's enough fuel for the rest of the seeding, maybe even for the rolling. Much 5 hectare done now, so we're in on the last hectare of this field, probably, roughly at least. couple of water drops on the windshield. I don't think it's gonna be any significant rain though. Maybe a tiny bit to keep the dust down. Now a little bit of rain is not as critical as when you're harvesting. Then pretty much as soon as you get like a more than few raindrops, then it's like game over. Now it's game on still, even if it's like a little bit of rain. Yeah, water cooling. But it's nice today when it's not so hot. I don't need to have the AC on, and it's kinda just the fan on a little bit here, so this is kind of perfect weather, seeding weather. Not super burning hot. Progress, how much is done? 5.1 hectares. So probably another, I don't know, 20 minutes and we should be done. Just this corner and a little bit behind the barn there. Seeder guy kind of ready himself for seeding. Yep, after lunch sounds good. once more back to the corner here, then this should be kind of good. Good enough. Maybe back up once more here, do this a little bit better still. God dang. You hit those plow tracks 90 degrees, it's like super rough always. Now it should be good here. Here is good. Yeah, last chunk, what do we have? Maybe half hectare, a little bit over left. Oh, that's a big rock right there. I'm gonna grab that. Pretty big guy, actually. If I see a rock that's bigger than like fist size, then I usually like to remove those. At least if you happen to see them when you drive around. I mean, those could cause some damage. Want to remove all the damage-inducing rocks. Hello there, Keke. And yeah, the corner is also, I ripped out all the roots from the corner. So there should be nothing that could bend something on the cedar now. Should be good. There's maybe a borderline rock there. Last night, you just have to keep stuff going. Yeah, we might get rain tomorrow, so we are kind of pushing to get all the seeds in the ground today, maybe. So a video on the food recommendations in the US. Doc said it was somewhat political but good in general. Yeah, I don't know. If you just eat like a little bit of everything, that should be pretty good, I think. That's my food recommendation. Maybe heading your way. Yeah, I think like tomorrow it's supposed to rain. A little bit at least. Half a plate of veggies, quarter of protein and quarter of grains were their simple recommendation. Probably pretty good. And 10 burgers per day. That's what I thought it would be first also. Here we can probably do like this and then bend it to the other line. Should work best here, I think. Grab another time from the corner there. there's a big log there that we pulled out from here. Need to remove that, I think, at some point. That's like a chunky bit. Chunky root. Chunky root. Oh, there's not much left, like under half a hectare. Maybe also a rock. I could maybe come here and walk around a little bit and collect some rocks. Throw them to the side when John is seeding. more time back there, then we can throw that log to the side, or piece of wood that was there. Outside now. I think I can take the stream, so I don't need to unhook the thing all the time. If I put you guys like this, then maybe a little bit in the front like this, and then I don't need to take the mini backpack off all the time when we go outside. Yeah, these wooden pieces we don't really wanna, especially this guy. Look at this log. There's a root from there. Don't really wanna get this in the seed or somewhere stuck. Could be bad. Is there a rock? Rock also. Clean this rock off so John can see this. Here's like a big rock here. You don't want to drive over this with the seed. Here. Big rock right there. You can see it now. Have a little bit around here. Otherwise we should be good here. Yeah, definitely not in a combine. But the big rock is it's not going anywhere. But you could hit, if you hit it with the combine, it would not be good. like 5 passes, 5 very short passes left here, I think. .1 hectares left probably. So yeah, we've done like 6, so I think this field is pretty much 6 hectares. Plus the islands it's more, but the actual area of farmable land is probably around 6 hectares. Last GPS path. Then we can do a little bit on the rock and then there's a little bit around the other island. If we see some uneven spots. Other than that, it should be pretty good. yeah, it should be okay. I mean, it doesn't really get dark, so dark until 10, so we got plenty of sunny or bright hours. With the GPS you could probably also see it in the dark quite well. If you have done the tricky parts at least beforehand, then you don't even need to see technically. As long as you can see the monitor there, you should be able to do pretty good. But yeah, now I'm pretty much done here. We can hook this off and put the cedar on. Piece here that wasn't done, but pretty much done. So first the headlands and around the fields, rocks and islands, and then no problem if it gets late. Yeah, the GPS, when you do the straight lines, it should be fine. I don't know how John wants to see this big field, if he's gonna do like a straight AB line or like a curved line. Could kind of do both on this field. It's got some weird shapes to it. No, should I put the cedar be next to the plow already for cleaning, or what do we want to do with this? Maybe I'll leave it here for now. Maybe just leave it here for now, yeah. Now we just need to unhook it, so basically need to lower it down, I guess. And put the foot down and then unhook everything. Where are the other guys? You ready for? Well, otherwise I can shut it off here. Unless you come out now, we could switch over already, but I don't see anybody. But yeah, we used like a quarter of a tank, so not too much fuel. But yeah, should I set up maybe the stream? It could be here in the tractor for a while, but then yeah, maybe we'll leave it in a tractor and then it will stream until the batteries run out. Yeah. The other option would be to me take the stream outside and show just from the outside. I mean, that could be an option if I put the small field, if I put the camera in the gazebo, then you can see like the whole field. Maybe you could do that also. Because you kind of saw what it looks like from the inside already. Maybe I'll take the stream with me actually. Then I can show you from the outside. Then we can go pick some rocks also maybe. and just check it from the outside. So I will unhook this, take my phone, shut this off, put the phone back in the arm mount. Then I can take the chat phone with me. Probably need some of the batteries at some point. This I need. That I don't need. Those I don't need. Pop the earbuds out. Don't need those, so I can take those with me actually. And then what else do I need? Should I take one battery with me? Probably yes. How much does this have? Oh, it's down to 1. Maybe I'll take the other battery. I'll take this cable though. And then maybe this battery. Which hopefully can charge this phone. It sometimes it wants to charge and then it does not want to charge. Let's see what it says now. Yeah, it does not want to charge. Weird battery, this one. Charges but does not want to charge. It's also 100% of course. But yeah, I'll take this. Then I guess I can go outside because we need... The rest of the stuff can be here. Need to go unhook some things. Oh yeah, bitrate is not that great here. First, put this down. Then the hoses needs to be no liite joo. Inno ko paha. Där nu är det tomt i, nu går det att sätta i. Damme bort. Jag kan sätta först kan jag sätta kameran i gazebon när man kör där lillåkaren så syns det ifrån bra. Ja, för det ryms nu inte nästan det. Man kan flytta sen ja. Torka där, man drar runt ska man... Vänt, torka där runt den där kanten. Sådär. mesta skiten bort. Nu är det bara att ta kroken ner. Det behövs, de andra kan du plugga fast. De där är skitiga, de där alltid. Foten är ja. Och lite akter där, det där tejphålningen att man får kabeln att det skulle hålla så där. Nu så när man drar fast och man ser att det inte där tar upp att det inga knyckar där allt för någon, ja, eller de får en dörr och det ska kanske gå. Där, nu kan du ta armarna tror jag ner. Eller kroken ner. Jag hittade en där runt öarna, kastade jag bort lite och bara när han började så nu började jag äta så jag kan få dit och marsch lite och kasta bort lite stenar. Det var så här mindre och kan inte hoppa ut för var och en. Ja. Jag får bara först in och äta och sen.
Det här är bra.
Där, men det blir när man är nu sår och sen vältrar så far det sönder hela tiden mera. Så där, det är bra. Inte bör du ta ut det, det är lättare sådär när man tar loss så inte bör du. Ja, nej, men när någon ser här så kan man säga att bakåt, höger, vänster så bör man inte ta ut något. Nej, så här ser man, men så här ser man inte. Ja, man måste sy mycket i huvudet. Ska jag se om krokarna, nu tog inte krokarna fast. Måste lite ronkeloida. Nu får det. Ja.
Det är lite
nej, men när de får få upp med sånt damm så hjälper det inte. Så blir det lite kitka.
Det är lite så fjädrar lite större.
Ja. Det kommer några droppar nu. Men det är så lite att det gör något. Nej. Ja. Ja, det får bara en fjärdedel.
Det tog inte slut ännu då?
Nej, de var ännu kvar. Ja. Det räcker till allt nu härifrån.
Nästa år körpar.
Ja. No, det är bra, det far inte så mycket sen bara för sådd. Nu måste det stiva ganska mycket, för nu tankar så att 4 fulla tankar kanske. Men gödselsäcken går inte till ännu, det går sen senare. Ja.
Lite mer sed, att det får att vara 50 och nu är gödseln och frö, småfrö loss.
Ja.
Bara havre där, 50.
Ja, där ska bara ha det.
Jag har lite mer när det frutsäger, inte frutsäger.
Nej.
Nu kommer det kanske.
Nu kommer det lite.
Kommer det alltid. Men det var mycket bra.
Det här är nu max hit. Det kommer bra nu. Nu lyfter du bara.
Det var bra.
Ja.
Det var bra. Ja,
Sådär. Hooked up, jag får ta snacks och sen kommer jag söka. Jag kommer till att ta stenar.
det var det fyra då. Ja. Då det borde vara.
Ja.
Det sågen i där vitt.
Ja, men ja, det kan ju vara det inte gör det något. They're gonna go feel more grain from the grain dryer there, but I'm gonna go take lunch so I can put you guys in the gazebo. Then you can see the small field from the gazebo. Den kan jag ta. Put you guys in the gazebo now. It's kind of raining a little bit now, so Don't wanna be out in the rain with the stream too much. Now the dandelions are coming. Couple of warm days and the grass is growing like crazy now. No, we can at least the small field here, we can change then maybe, but the small field, I can put the camera here, then you can see the whole field from the outside perspective. We'll see, I can maybe put the camera back then, we'll see. But at least first now when I have lunch break, we can put you guys here, then they will go over there, feel the cedar, and then John will start here. Let's see, we have the big rock. Can I put the camera somewhere? What would show most? Maybe like this, but maybe over there, or maybe over here actually. It shows the gazebo a little bit in the way. Maybe this place is best. This way you will see most of the field. Almost all here and just a little bit missing there. I think this is probably the best spot. Then I just need a rock or something to keep this in place. Or maybe this. If I lock this up through here. That should keep it there so you don't fall down. And I'll leave the other phone here. Oh yeah, I left my battery actually outside. I need to go after that still. The one battery is out there in the elements. But yeah, leave this here. And then I will take... Yeah, I'm not gonna put the brake text on because you will, in like not so long time, you will see John driving past here on this field you see in front of you. So it can be just like this for a little bit now. Then after I've eaten, I think I'm gonna go to the big field and just collect rocks, like walk on the field and just collect rocks. Then we can see when John is driving also there. I think that will work great for at least a little bit. Then we'll see if we do something else also. But yeah, this should be fine for now. We still have 70% in the camera, so we got many hours possible still. Yeah, I'm back. Yeah, look in the corner there to the right. This was ripped up by the plow. Big root. And now just I realized that in the morning when I plowed I ripped up this. This could be bad in the cedar when it gets tangled there in the bits that go in the dirt. So yeah, ripped up some big roots. Take this somewhere to the forest and dump them. But yeah, we can go collect some rocks now. Check the fields just a little bit here now when John is seeding. Could start to put something in the garden too, but I think we'll save that to tomorrow or maybe Tuesday, depending on how much it rains tomorrow. Here comes John. See if I can put this on this hat I have now. How will this work? Or will it work? How's the camera now? Maybe it's too low now. Need to get it adjusted on this hat. Probably a little low. Maybe better like that. Putting some seeds in the ground. Now I ripped, there was that corner there where the roots were from, probably from this pine or that pine that grew actually in the field. These guys, not anything like small, big roots. Big roots. I can take these, dump these in the forest somewhere. Seeding the corners first takes a little bit extra time always. Maybe he can do that corner, just smooth corner there. Nothing grows in the corner anyway, so. First, I think he does like 5 laps now around the field, and then back and forth the rest. But yeah, we can go. I can check this area, there's always some rocks here. We can just go walk around a little bit, see if we can find some rocks. Find some other trash than this from the fields. throw these between the rocks here somewhere. Will rot down. Here you can see leaves. When leaves are coming out on the birch, that's usually when you're seeding. And these are just a few days from being fully out. Oh, we can definitely start to plant something in the garden here also soon. Soonish. What's that? The mode hole. Yeah, check field. See if we see rocks. Either before or after when John has seeded. These are just chunks, these are not rocks. Some chunks here where it's the most like heavy soil. That's a rock though. There you can see at the bottom where the seed goes. Seed will go somewhere there. It's kind of dry at the bottom there also. Maybe there's a little moisture there, but hopefully it rains tomorrow, like more than what they predict, which probably does not happen, but you never know. But this field sure can take all the rain we can get. But here you can see now where has, I think 3 meters he's done to here. But this would be pretty hard to see without the GPS. Like the soil looks pretty similar. With the GPS he's gonna, now he drives, I think the 5 laps around he drives manually, but you can still, it still paints the color, so you can still see like from that if you have no clue where to go. It's a big chunk there. Break it. Some of these will break when he drives over them, definitely. And then we roll at the end. And it's always the worst here with the little hill here. A lot of rocks here. You can see there the soil is even like almost like a little other color here. Seems like it's almost like sandy here. Don't see too many rocks though. There was a big one here, but I removed it already yesterday. Or any other big branches or unwanted stuff. That's a rock. Not a huge one, but for sure a rock. And this is also looked like not a rock, but it was a rock. Here we have our rock collection on the hill here. It's a big boulder here. But I don't see too many rocks here. We can go back to the other field there. I'm sure there's some rocks back there. What's this? Yeah, this is a rock too. Looked weird. Down there, there's no rocks. It's always on this hill where there's less soil. Bigger chance to rip up some rocks. The John turns, and then a few times, like 3 laps or 4 laps, you have to drive like that and then reverse to the corner. Then you can do a few laps where you turn like that, and then it's just back and forth after that. Yeah, Cedar is pulling. I think he's driving like say 7-8 kilometers per hour, same speed we harrowed, I think. Looks good. And there's a little harrow behind the Cedar. Cedar also. Excuse me. And then when you lift up like that, then it stops. Then the seeds don't come out anymore. And then when you lower it down, then it starts feeding out again. Small rocks here. We can try to, I guess, dig down. Should be able to see some seeds if we dig down. Yeah, there's a seed. So it's definitely in some dirt, dry dirt here. Here, if there's no rain, then it probably won't happen. Much won't happen. Even the bottom there is kind of dry, yeah? In these driest clay places. Definitely some rain needed. Okay, we check this, you can check, there's a little hill there, you can check that. Then we can go on the big field there and check that. Make sure there's nothing there. Make sure no big rocks or anything. But yeah, if you go to the darker soil here there might be enough moisture for the seeds to start to grow already now, but here in the driest stuff we need more moisture, more rain. Here we can dig down. If we dig down here, you see that here is already a little bit better soil. Seeds are, there's some seeds. This dirt, and that might be enough to get it going. Kind of borderline there. But yeah, it has dried up quite fast. Quite fast actually. So I can go check there a little bit if there's rocks. Here where it's the best spot here, I think. Yeah, if the seed goes down there, that might be enough moisture. But even here, rain would not hurt. Let's check this hill if there's any rocks. But yeah, even with the cedar, like here's more chunks than when he drives over with the cedar. Here he went, like that already crushes down stuff to pretty fine here, and then after this we can still roll this. Then it will crunch down the last bits of the chunky stuff. Don't see too many rocks here. No, this one is also just clay chunks or something. Yes. We got lucky. Horseshoe. First horseshoe in probably like 5 years. That's very lucky. No metal detector or anything. This should bring good luck, right? Maybe it rains a lot tomorrow now. That would be good luck for me right now. There's a rock also. That's very nice. I haven't found one in a long time. Horseshoe. Last time I found a horseshoe was when I was metal detecting in the forest. But this is very nice. It's a very worn one, you can see. In the front here there's almost nothing left. This must be from... This has been in the dirt here from the 50s or longer. Because I think they got rid of the horses in the 50s. Maybe in the late 40s even. Probably 50s though. So this is like 70, almost 80 years this has been in the ground here. Workhorse, yeah, definitely. When before they had tractors. they had one horse, I think. That's John's seeding. Then, yeah, this field will be only oats, no fertilizer, no grass seed, I believe. Just the oats, and then we'll see what happens here. Break the biggest chunks. But yeah, I don't see too many rocks. We can go to the other field. Back there was definitely some rocks. But yeah, now we have the lucky horseshoe, it should be no problem. I'm kind of jinxing myself, I think. Shouldn't say anything. Should just be happy that we found this. And the island field oats, fertilizer and grass. That field will have, yeah, it will have both. Yeah, it will have both fertilizer and grass seed, I believe, because there was grass seed left, and we also have like one bag plus what's in the seeder, like fertilizer. So yeah, that one will get fertilizer and the grass seed. So he'll do this field, and then we'll switch over a little bit, make it so it puts out all three. So it puts out all three things. That was not that rock, looked like a rock, but it was just a piece of clay. Also one thing I should put out the rain gauge, so we can see if it rains tomorrow and how much it rains. Gotta do that. I'm gonna put my horseshoe in my pocket so I stay lucky. Rain gauge should be somewhere here. This one. Can we just push it in the dirt, or do we need like... I think I'm gonna take like a metal bar to put the hole in the ground. Wherever we have one of those. This rock will go in the... Throw that in the forest. Oh, here's one. A little bit overkill maybe, but then this one for sure won't like fall over. Put this somewhere here. Maybe we had it somewhere here. Doesn't need to be a huge hole. Then there's like a floaty thing there, so when it rains, then the floaty thing stays on top. This here, and then some rocks or something in, so this stays solid. Pretty straight up. No, nothing above it, so it's as objective as possible here. Should be good. Let's go rock hunting on the other field. This rock again, it almost looks like someone made like an pickaxe or something. I don't think this has been made to anything, but it almost looks like it. Filled up 3 times. Yeah, so that one, what did that go up to? 120 mil. If it would be filled up even 2 times over the summer, it would be good. But yeah, it's the forecast for this next week too. It doesn't look that good. Like tomorrow, hopefully rain, but then after that, it was more or less not much rain. But the one thing that's good is that it's not plus 25. Like plus 15 is a lot better than plus 25. Then at least it will not dry up super fast. Yeah, that's like, it goes up to 130 mils, yeah. The most we have got in one go, what was it? Once we got like 50 mil or something in one day. That was a lot. Then there was some puddles on the fields, but right now like 20-30 mils would just go straight into the field. Would not be any puddles. Wood's also drying really well now. A little bit of rain on it tomorrow is not gonna be too bad. We can do wood dryness test. Not very scientific, but it's starting to sound a little bit more high-pitched. Definitely drier than when we made it. Then when you did this, it was more like, now it's starting, the higher the pitch, the drier. It's probably gonna be pretty dry soon. We'll let it dry a little bit more before we move it under a roof. What is this bug here? Look at the tentacles on this beetle. Tentacles are 4 times the length of the beetle. Some sort of wood beetle. Okay, now I think he's done 1, 2, 3. Maybe he's done 5 times now. 4 times or 5 times. One, 2, 3, 4. Yeah, maybe one more time. One more time around, and then he's already done like probably half field, more than half field, then just back and forth. Skynet beetle, yeah. I don't know what that's called. I think it's, yeah, but it's got It has good internet reception, that's for sure. Internet reception bug. Oh yeah, are there frogs in the ditch? Let's try to sneak up. Last year I could see probably 20 frogs in this ditch. Maybe they're hiding now. Frogs are hiding. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, maybe he does one more lap around. And then back and forth. Cedar down, seeds start to come out. Let's go find more rocks or maybe even horseshoes. But yeah, here is like really good soil. This is again one of the spots here where it's really good soil. You can see it's very fine now, and at the bottom where you put the seed there is like some moisture there, so when you put the seed here it probably will germinate. But yeah, this is very good soil. One of the best, one of the like really good spots right here in the middle here, basically to the power line there. This is like really good. Then there's more clay. Then there's like a ridge with clay there, and behind that it's also again very good soil. But yeah, if there's rocks, it's probably back there. Bigger chance. Like rocks like this, it doesn't really matter. These are so small. You can kind of take them if you see them, but not too bad rocks. Here it starts to turn more into clay, but even here the clay was pretty not too chunky here. Like this is good also, and there is moisture at the bottom. Here it will definitely germinate when the seed goes there in the dark soil. That might be wet enough to get the seed started. Here some years it's like really chunky here, but not this year. It's pretty smooth. Yeah, we can, instead of carry, we can throw the rocks in the forest. There's one rock I see. One pretty big actually. Yesterday I removed one here, or maybe it was this one. like these guys, when it's like this size, this will, when it hits the cedar, it could bend something. So rocks like this, you definitely want to remove. The really small ones aren't that bad, but this could be bad. There's a bunch of these like really small ones. Doesn't do too much. Yeah, sometimes you can see there it's like really dark soil close to the forest. Here in the middle usually it's like very wet, but this year it was not wet. Maybe close to the island here there's bigger chance of finding rocks. Little piece of some sort of wood. John scared the geese. Holy shit, the sound the geese have. Flying in circles. I've been sitting so much that this is probably a good idea to just walk around the fields just to get some movement in the legs. Added any manure to the soil? No. But we're gonna put on this field we put some like organic fertilizer, which is like, it's a mix of, I think there's chicken poo and then there's some biostimulants and then there is, yeah, it's a mix of like, I can't remember right now, but like 4 or 5 products that they mix together. And then yeah, that's the organic fertilizer. There's all kinds of things there in it. mostly it's like byproducts from other like when they make other things. I think the one part was also when it's something when they make like paper from wood, then there is some things like left over, and those can also be used as fertilizer. But yeah, I'm just doing a little rock check on the field here. See if I can spot any big rocks. When we go back there, we can see John is seeding the other field. Then he will seed this field later today. Vermicompost common in Finland. Can't say I've heard that before. Here's even some weeds we pulled up when we harrowed this field. And then of course, like 2 years ago, this field was on grass, like where we have we grow like clover and then we just cut it down and plow it in. So that's also one way of getting fertilizer. One way of getting a lot of nitrogen in the ground without buying anything, just some clover seeds. That really helps also, because always the first year after you have the field on clover, it's always a really good year. Then it always, as long as it rains, then it grows really well always. At least the first year, hopefully still the second year here after it was grass. But yeah, and here we see forest is starting to wake up. These trees were planted maybe 10 years ago, maybe slightly under, maybe a few years under, but it's starting to look like a forest again when the trees get a little bit bigger. But yeah, you enjoy your day too, Retro. Yeah, this looks good here now. No rocks here, then we can go back. It's back here where there's probably the biggest chance of any big rocks. I should have picked already the biggest ones when I drove around here with the harrows. A lot of bumblebees. This bush is blooming or something, I think. I can hear a ton of bumblebees or bees maybe. A lot of buzzing around here. Yeah, there's like 5 bumblebees there. Buzz, buzz. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Yeah, I know if he drives with the cedar here, he's gonna like, the cedar will have to go in the grass here a bit. It's like too narrow for the cedar even here. Just need some, if you already could remove this with dynamite, then you could go like behind the rocks and like around an island, that's easier. But now it's like two corners here, this is like a narrow one here. And then there's like a little bit, then there's another island a little bit out, bulge, and then it goes there. It's always, this is the only field that we have that's really, it's got all kinds of shapes back here between the rocks. But yeah, in the beginning when they had horses or really small tractor, then they could farm around this pretty easy. Now with the bigger machines, it's like starts to be a little bit questionable. Yeah, and here they have been cutting down. They have cut down the trees underneath the power line. They have cut a little bit further than last time. It's that one tree that we actually planted that they cut down. The big spruce was like not planted. It's always where they, how they measure how much they cut. This might have been a planted tree. Maybe, maybe not. Maybe it was a natural. 100% natural tree maybe. Here's also like there's this big rock, then there's another big rock there, and then they stacked smaller rocks on top. Some of those that you can see that have been thrown there, they've definitely been blown with dynamite. So I think they already used dynamite here to remove some rocks, but then they left like these biggest ones. And now, yeah, you could simplify, like make a straight line from there around that island and maybe here, and just cut away like 0.1 hectares here. Then it would be a lot faster. Should maybe put this on some permanent grass here, the very edge against the forest. Save some work, I guess. But there's no, I think right now they don't have anything like. Sometimes they had those, like you could make like a 20 meter towards the bigger ditches. At least you could make like a 20 meter, whatever you would call it, like from the ditch 20 meters, like put grass, and then you got paid pretty well about that, and just leave it as grass. And I think you had to cut it and take the grass away, but that was the only requirement. And then you got like, I think it was like maybe 500 euros per year per hectare. So it was like one neighbor did it, and it was probably more profitable than trying to grow any crops, because you almost had to do nothing, and then you got like 500 euros per hectare. But I don't think they have that anymore now. It was probably too profitable for farmers, then they removed it. This ditch also sometimes has water, a lot of water in the spring. Now it's like dry. We could look inside, there's a well. Like over there there's a well, over there there's a well, and over here there's one. So the water flows in the ditch, and it's supposed to go down with the well, and then there's like the piping system that's underneath the field, and it's supposed to go down to that and then flow out there into the ditch underground. I think it works. You're sometimes gonna check inside there, but I think they work pretty well. We can check inside that one. See how high the water level is inside. Some rocks here. Here's a little knoll here again. You can see this very close to the forest here. It's like you see how there's darker patches, lighter patches, probably like 3-4 different soil types right here, and not like the best soils. But last year when we plowed in the spring and then it rained decently during the summer, there was pretty good wheat here, pretty damn good wheat. So it's, if the conditions are right, it can grow pretty well here too. But the conditions need to be right also. The right amount of water. If it's too wet, too dry, at least too dry, then it grows not so good here. There's a bunch of these smaller rocks here. I'll need to dump them over there and then come back. Soon I got my hands full. Oh yeah, there's a bigger one. That one needs to come. Where's my hand number 3 and 4 now? Need more hands. Wind is starting to pick up. I think it's starting to blow in the colder air with rain, which is very good. This is very good temp right now. No, I think it's like 15 today. Perfect weather to do some walking in the field and not get sunburned. I can have long sleeved shirt on. Not hot, not cold, not sunburned. I got my sun hat on. Otherwise could easily burn the head even if it's cloudy. But yeah, once he gets the small field done, also we can go take a look. Then we'll switch over. Like then I can show you the pins and things, how you switch over the seeder to feed out all the 3 things. I mean, he's probably got a little bit left on that field, but not too much. We'll just do a little loop here, then go back. Right here was 1 year, it was soft here. Almost got stuck here. You can see it's still like darker here, but it was not soft this year. So yeah, this is technically, it's not a well. Like the water is supposed to flow in the ditch and gonna go in between and in there. Can we lift the lid? Move the lid a little bit. Not so much that we fell it down. Yeah, so then the water is supposed to go in here. Then I don't know if you can see on the side there, there's like the clay pipe. Then it's supposed to go in that. And then there's like a system of pipes underneath the field that all drain out over there or over there. And this is supposed to, yeah, it's supposed to go in from the side between these a little bit slowly and then in there and out. And there is water and the pipe it's almost full of the pipe also. Water doesn't seem to be moving at all, but it's pretty dry. You can see the ditch is like dry, so otherwise you could maybe see some water flow even. Looked in the magic well. It's not super deep, it's maybe 3 meters, 2 meters. But there's one here, one there, and one over there, I think. See if there's any sticks here in this corner where we removed a few. Now this corner looks good. No big roots or anything that should get caught somewhere. Throw this to the side too. I think that rock is visible now. This one also would be nice to blow down 1/2 meter. It's like It's almost outside the field, but still kinda inside the field. Yeah, now it looks pretty good. Few smaller rocks removed. Nothing major. Nothing major found. Except the horseshoe, of course. But no major rocks. Actually a few here. A few like broken up pieces. Flat one. Flatty rock. I think it looks good. Can go back and see how much John has left. Probably not too much on the first field. Then he can start the other field. Big field. Bigger field. This little corner here, it's kind of, you get a couple of those rocks, but then you could almost make like just a smooth curve here. These little corners, you could definitely just make it straight here, man. Straighten out the field. go back to the gazebo and let John finish the first field, then we'll see, switch over to, or add fertilizer, add grass seed, and the oats stay the same on this field as on the other, I think. Same amount, same rate. As soon as the sun comes out, it feels way warmer. But it's nice. This temp, pretty much this max, maybe 18 degrees. Up to 20 is good, but then above, then it starts to slow everything down. Maybe John is doing every second pass, or has he done? He's doing like every second pass, I think. So there's one pass done, one pass not done, one pass done, maybe two passes done. But not too much left on this field. There he's done a couple of passes. He's got probably like 0.3 hectares left on this field. Maybe less even. Maybe it's every third pass and then he's done a round, and yeah, maybe 0.2, 0.3. Not much, then we can switch over. Change a few settings for the other field. That's probably the last pass here. Then he'll just go back. He's got maybe one pass there, and then 1, 2, yeah. Not much left. Then we should just take the 165 and start rolling with that one. Roll in the dust. He's got one pass. I think he's got one pass here left. Maybe not. Maybe he did that already. going on. Now in the corner when you turn on once, then all the chunks have been broken down pretty much already before, and I'm gonna roll this field still to even maybe crush it a little bit more still. What's beep beep now? Beep beep. Somebody's beeping. Beep beep. Maybe if he's got all this finished, then there's just maybe 4 or 5 passes left. Not much. He's got definitely enough oats for the first fill. I don't know if we're gonna go and fill, if we need to fill up before he starts the other fill, or if he does a little bit before filling up on the oats. Little squeaking heard from the things that go in the ground, but seems good otherwise. And yeah, somewhere there he lifts up. Probably somewhere right about now. Yeah, that's good. Now he has a little bit better room. He went like 5 times around and then back and forth. Last year he did like 4 times around, and it's a little bit tight to do the turn. With 5 times around, now he has good room to turn, and the seeder has time to like come back straight behind the tractor before he puts it down. Then you leave no unseeded parts. Just there. Now it's perfect, and then down. Yep. Should be evenly seeded everywhere. But yeah, depending on when the rain, if he gets the other seeded today, the other field, then tomorrow morning, if it looks like the rain starts, let's say after 12, then I'll probably try to roll in the morning. Roll these both fields in the morning. should be, it should only take like 2 hours. Yeah, actually just 2 hours. 2.5 maybe. So probably doable tomorrow morning if he's able to. If we have no breakdowns and he's able to see the other field today. Might actually be the last pass now, or second to last on this field. We'll see. Maybe one more pass somewhere. Maybe not, maybe it's finished. He's finished on this field. Then we can go and make the adjustments and maybe put more seeds in the pens. Depends if he want to put in more seed. Greenhouse has been staying together for now. We can check if the potatoes have not come up though, and I think it was not very successful when you put in the potatoes super early. They have not come out of the ground yet, and they have been over a month in the ground now. I don't think they're dead, but they did not like it really when it was so cold so many nights. But now soon we can plant more stuff here. Soon when we get time. And when it's not minus degrees during the night anymore. Side shields need to come off so we can adjust. Or I guess this one you could put here. This one you switch from this position to that hole. Then this should be engaged. This one you need to take. We need to take this one off at least. Byt om, ska man se till sedeln så är det tomt först. Man kan se hur mycket det är. Ja, så att de får sen ungefär till lika, ja. Ja. We gotta take this off. Whatever this is, 15 mil. This one off. This one you don't really need. This one you can change here. I think. No, I can't. Can you? Behöver man ta det här skyddet bort? Man får inte byta det här utan att ta skyddet bort.
Man ska byta i och så det.
Ja. Man får inte, vet du, jag fick nog ut det.
Det är väl lagat så att man ska kunna byta bara det där väl utan att ta den skyddet.
Ja, men jag fick inte, man får inte in det i det lite. Ta lite i där lite. Tiukka.
Nej, det ja. Lättare att ta loss det. När den ska loss det annars.
Det får man ta det här lite. You got the small part, I can put it here. Drop the washer. Nu bara sätter de här andra i. Det här ska i. Det här var det tomma, nu ska det där.
Joo, det on vaan se.
This.
Håller ju.
Det håller raka där, nu är det.
Ai råkade jo.
Det var samma ställe. Ja.
Måste det här.
Sådär. Nu är det. Now it's engaged.
Jo, det.
It was not engaged. Switch this, another one there.
Joo.
Now this. This always spins, but now it also spins the axle that goes in the...
Vad kom ni nu? Hektar?
1,4 är det här hemma ganska tarkasti. Och det andra är säkert.
Oj, fara fyll lupa.
Det andra är 6 hektar ganska tarkka.
Joo.
Liksom och i EU-pappret. I EU-pappret är det 6,3 men det är arealen 6 hektar på det där.
Det är kant, mycket kanter.
Ja. Det där GPS stämmer på att det är 6 hektar. Liksom det där som jag harva var 6 hektar. Ganska precis.
När det är mycket kanter så blir det
Ja.
bort liksom. När det är mitt i diket liksom.
Ja, det är där EU-stöd. Men jag marsar på det här åkern. Hitta på stenar. Första på länge. Jag har inte hittat på 5 år.
Det är mini.
Ja, det ser ganska liten ut. Ja. Det är pony. Men jag råkade på, jag sökte stenar, sen var den så där. Vad var det för chans att man skulle se det?
Ta ut sprinten. Nej, måste vara uppe mot tvinna. Måste lyfta upp.
Får man tvinna det i axeln?
Nej,
inte får.
Ja,
Ja, kanske man får det.
Men nu det tvinnar.
Det rördes nog lite just.
Sådär. Tvinn sådär.
Man får så mycket att du får hålla där.
Jo, de kom nog.
Ja.
Jo, så att det får ju sådär ju. Men inte annat gick.
Så ja, this pin engaged.
Så kom de alla. Jo, men vi kan när vi får fyll, vi kan prova när du lyfter upp.
Ja, så kan man se att det kommer all sorter.
Men
Och höfrö var lite till och hur var gödsel ska det komma lite mer eller särskilt bra.
jo, de är 4 nu och det är något 202.
Så här är nu en säck med gödsel kvar.
Jo, så den är för att luta.
Man ser sen joo, vasta mä olin käynyt tullut.
But yeah, this is how you engage or disengage. So there's fertilizer, seed, grass seed. You can have whatever combination, all 3, just this, just this, just this, just these two. Everything spins always, but when you switch this from here to here, then the axle starts spinning. So it's a very simple way to switch it, but you need to check that you're correct here.
Joo.
Ja. Se är bara skydd den tillbaka bara.
Jo, bara först lyfter upp proven.
Ja.
Kommer från alla.
Ja.
Höfrö och det där. Finnas. Sådär och sådär ska det.
Ja.
Och det där.
And now you can see now this spins always, now it engaged. Then when he lifts up, look at this. This changes. Now it's disengaged.
Siinä höfrö att det kommer.
Yeah. We can check a little bit. Let's see that there's grass seed coming out. Yeah, now it started to come. Ja, det kommer. Det kommer, ja. Och säd kommer det och gödsel. Man ser kassorna. Och det kommer de där minsta gräsen kommer. De kom lite. Gräset. Det kom riktigt lite, ja. Det kommer inte mycket. Man kan sätta med på den och kommer ut.
Men nu är det nog aldrig man ser att det kommer.
Ja. Quick test. Now we can see fertilizer seed and grass seed. That way you can quickly check that it's working.
Allt rip.
Ja, allt 3. Ställer vi tillbaka skydden. Var det 2 på de här båda brickorna? Nej, vilka hade bricka? Den får alltid miljoner. Här var en bricka här. Ja. Den shields back. Ska det här? Det ska det här ska det. Nej, här ska det.
Ja.
Shields back.
Ja,
Jag bara skruva fast de här lite. Kiristää fast lite.
paras penttää.
Nej, det var bara att skruva med för hand.
Sitten mä niin tästä.
Det här.
Tiedät. Det passar inte på hjulen.
Nej, det är just bara lite...
Siis sådär att när bilen så far det rätt djupt.
Ja.
Vi tjockar så kommer det upp.
Ja, så kan det lyfta upp, ja.
Nu är det regn. Nu är det regn. Ja. Bra liksom vedä.
Jag kan sopa ihop det och så kastar det i trädgårdslandet.
Tässä me proovade
No kyllä ei voi havra.
Så ser man hur länge...
Så ska nog vuodestaan.
Går det så långt att det går gödsel och säd sen?
Men vilka tää oli nyt?
Ja.
Joo. Sitten räcker det bara 2 tiottaa båda.
Ja.
Det far. Jo, det far. Jo. 2,50.
Så det går att sätta fullt med sånt.
Det är 10 bort. Det är halvhektar. 2 hektar. 2 hektar så blir det 500 kilo. Det är ju hyvin en bil.
Nu är det bara spänd om det
Det
här.
går bara något högst 2,5, 3 hektar.
That's how you switch it over now, and we did. It's always good to do a little test, see that stuff is actually coming out. I can then, when we've filled everything, then I can collect everything from the ground and put it in the bucket there and put it in the garden. Ja. Ja, man ser. Ja. Bara fylla på, ja. No lite puustaa, joo, men inte det på allt för paha. Joo. Joo, jag kanske hinner vältra på morgon imorgon före regnet. Nej, det dammar så mycket. Now they will go over there and put in more oats. And then once we've done 2 more hectares, then we can probably put... Yeah. Now you can see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Yeah, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 24, 24 it should be, yeah. And the fertilizer is like 12. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 12. So this way you can easily check that no pipe is like clogged. And then the small grass seeds, they are very hard to see, but they should also be somewhere. Just a little bit of the grass seeds. They're pretty hard to see. But when we tested there was some small seeds coming out. But yeah, let's put I got a collection of these horseshoes here somewhere. I can put this one there, and then maybe you'll leave the camera here on the wood pile there, then you can see almost the whole field there. We'll see. But yeah, this oats is now pretty easy to they fill from the same spot where you fill the big semi. So they just back it underneath the pipe that comes out from the grain dryer over there. And then you can fill it perfectly full, and then you shut off. So that's even easier than when you put from a bag. There's something in the field there. It's like one bird. Maybe it's like a injured bird or something. It's weird when there's like one. Maybe it's just some trash. now. Maybe it's the cranes, a couple of cranes. But yeah, somewhere here I got the collection. Yeah, here we have. So you can see all the horseshoes found over the years. This one is really small. Like, look at these. That's like a horseshoe. Look at this. This is like a pony horseshoe. Pony shoe. Like this, look at how big this one is. Many different sizes. Big, a little bit smaller, and a really small. That's really weird, but there's like 2, 4, 5, 7 horseshoes. This one is the latest edition. Many horseshoes found. But yeah, we'll see. I could put the extreme somewhere here back. Somewhere in a good spot. Because yeah, how much do we have left even on the battery? We have, well, we have 63%. Still like a decent bit. But I need to find my battery for this phone, because this phone is down to like 37%. The camera somewhere here on the wood pallets or something. Maybe here. Maybe we can see almost the whole field if we put the camera here. Would be a pretty wide angle. And if I got the second phone, I could definitely try also the drone, but I believe it's gonna be kind of jerky. I tried it like without streaming, and it was working, but it was kind of like lagging quite a bit. What if we put it like that? Yeah, from up in the barn. Yeah, I could go up there, but where can I place the camera? Yeah, the windows would be a little bit easier, but I'm thinking about going really high up there. Then I'll have to open one of the doors. Yeah, it would be higher up if we go in there. I mean, from here you could actually see, from there you see like almost the whole field, but we can go up and see there. See if I can put it somewhere in the window. Or if we climb up and, like if you go up there, I could open the door up there. But I don't know if I really can place a camera anywhere there. But up here we could see. Or up on the roof there. Maybe it's too hot behind the window, but it could be if it's in the shade and it's actually good. It would not be that hot. And somewhere here in some of these windows. Maybe back here if I put something so it stays in the window there. How would it be here? There's some damn spiders. Bugs. Yeah, here you would see a little bit better, but What if we go really high up there? I wonder if I can get the camera placed anywhere good there. There is like the big hatch I can open, but I can't really put here. I could put the camera like this probably. And you can see almost the whole field. Like this. I need to have something underneath the camera still. It's too low right now. Maybe the other window is better. Here would be a good place for the one thing. Ah yeah, maybe here. Maybe this would work here somewhere. Or even, what about up here? No, that's not good. Yeah, we'll see if I need to find something underneath, then it could be right here. Clean the window. Somewhat clean window. This could be pretty good here. As long as the sun is not shining through the window, it should also not be too hot. Let's see, can I put, what if I put this guy? Something, some board or something underneath. This guy could work. If I move this around a little bit. Let's see. Move this a little bit. Put it like this. Almost good. Needs to be something. Maybe a short 4x4 actually. If I put it here, and then on top of that. Maybe this wood piece. Like this. And then like this. Yeah, this is good. It's just high enough. I'll take a little wood piece underneath so it goes a little bit higher. Or maybe that's fine. There's a little bit of the window still visible in the bottom, but that would be pretty stable at least right there. That might be a good spot. See if we do this. It might be also good with just one connection here. This area up here has usually a really good connection. So you can sit here for a little bit. Then when we fill the fertilizer here, the window is okay, clean. It's not super clean, but when we fill the last fertilizer bucket, then I can come here, take the camera, then I can show when we put the last fertilizer in. But you can sit here for a little bit now, then we'll see if we move about at some point. But this should be fine here. I need to, the battery, how much battery do we have? Well, we got 60 there, so we should have, oh, we only have 33 here. So the main batteries, but it should be good for like 2 to 3 hours. One, then it's like 4. Yeah, a little bit before 4 I might need to switch the batteries because the main battery is already down to 33%. But yeah, this is good for now. Now you should be able to see when he goes like back and forth on the field there. So I'll leave you guys here for a bit. I will check chat occasionally. What's up? Seeding is up. I put the camera here so you will see John will be driving. You will see John driving back and forth on the field there. He will be putting seeds in the ground. But yeah, he should be arriving pretty soon there. And then later I can show you when we fill up the seeder also. But for now you can be here and chill and check when he's seeding. But yeah, I'll be in chat. Okay guys, we can try. Not making any promises, but we will try to use a drone here. This is... might not run that good, but we will try here. I need the other phone from the other... With the stream, then I can just always record a little bit with the drone without like live. Okay, let's see here. First I need both another connection for the Bella box thing. Which is really low for some reason now. Stabilize first a little bit there. Drone hunts, yeah, we'll see if we can get the drone to work here. I can record without the live stream, but we'll try with the live stream here first. See if we can get live drone stuff. We need to do this first. Then I need to take the phone from here. I can still remember how to do this. Let's see now. Get everything, hopefully no updates for apps or anything. Okay, then we need, let's see here.
Home point updated.
Yes. Then we need, yeah, we need to do this. I need to remember what to do here. There was so quite a few things to get to work. And we might need to do some things to get it visible on actual stream. Let's see. Okay, I might need to go. I'll be back in a bit here. I need to do some things here to get it to show, I think, first. have picture now. Let's see if we switch it up. And if we can fly, and if it's, hopefully it's not too laggy.
Take off. Home point updated.
Seems to be working. Here comes John. It's okay, I think. Following John. Haven't told John, let's see if he notices us or not. Probably not. But yeah, it's working okay, I think. Maybe it's lagging a bit. I think it's better. It was worse when I tried it myself last time. Sometimes laggy. Yeah, it's still better. It was. I tried it a little bit myself, and it was like super laggy. Now I think it's still okay-ish at least. Be still here, just wait when he turns around there. Maybe go high up and look straight down. Let's see. John might think that there's like a Russian drone following him or something. Let's go more like this. If we go straight down. It's almost complaining it's losing. I'm losing connection here from my RC connection. Let's see when he comes here. Whoops. Oh yeah, he's doing like third lap around, I think. It's saying RC signal interference for me here. See how it goes around. Oh yeah, we should also not go in the power lines. It's pretty warm now. We got good. We still have like 15 minutes that I can fly more before battery runs out. Then I guess I can recharge the drone and then we can maybe fly more later. How much do we have in this battery actually? Oh, yeah, we got 24 in that battery. Main battery might run out before the drone, or the drone battery will last not less long as that, but. And now it's maybe lagging a bit more, it seems. We'll see when we come, when he comes closer to where I am. Let's see if that has any difference. Or if I should go like I'm under a metal roof now, that could maybe have a difference. I could try to go like, leave the stream here. I'm gonna go outside and fly the drone a little bit, see if there's any difference. Yeah, from what I see on stream now it's lagging a lot, it seems. We'll see. I don't know how long it took to reload or to recharge the drone. Maybe an hour or something. We'll see. What if I fly closer to him now? Is he gonna recognize? Maybe he's gonna see the drone now, or hear the drone. If he doesn't have the hearing protection on. Hey, John. No, he didn't see. A little bit more than he's done all the tricky bits here. Then it's a little bit faster. I don't know, what if I'm not recording? I could try to record and I can see if the recording is laggy or if it's probably just the live stream that's of course laggy. Could see, what if I press that? Now it's recording also. Let's see what happens now. Whoop. Then we also don't want to go too close again. Power lines are kind of close. Still says RC signal interference. I can try to go, if I go outside, like I'm inside the building here now. You won't be able to hear me, but then I can see if there's any, if it looks better then or less interference. Yeah, I will try. I will, for the last, I got still 39%. I will go outside the building and then we'll see if that has any effect. Okay, we back, battery out. Still lags. Yeah, I don't know. It worked in the beginning. I don't know what it's. But I recorded some stuff also there. But it's. I don't know why it lags. It was when I had this phone as a secondary stream. It kind of did the same thing. So I wonder if it's something with the RTMP. I don't know what it could really be, but something. But at least we got like some sort of footage. Let me switch back to the normal. Then I will go back and charge the drone up, then I might film some more later. But yeah, I'll be charging drone at least probably 1 hour or something. Then I also need to change this secondary battery probably. But yeah, 1 hour that you can view from here because I need to go charge batteries. Yes, this phone could again do the other thing now. I didn't need to charge a drone. This one's good. Yeah, I don't know why it does that. It's weird. Let's see. Oops. But yeah, normal stream for a little bit. Then we can try the drone again later. Then I will start the drone. I will be outside, drone will be outside. We'll see if that does any difference. If I have really good reception to the drone, if that has anything to do with anything. But yeah, be back in an hour probably. Battery check. Do we need to change major battery? No, we still got 16%. Can still hang on with this one. We'll see, I think soon John should come and refill. Then we'll see if we can put the fertilizer bag in. Or if we have to put just oats first. Probably just oats first.
Sois isto,
Should be ready to fill up pretty soon here. Can take camera on the head for a little bit here. Then we can maybe, if there's room, put in the last fertilizer back. Already dig the bag out here. Ja, det räcker. Det för det där, man bör kanske tanka i morgon nu före man rullar så far det. Ja. Ja, nej, det behövs inte nästan. Det är nästan som en tanken räcker. Ja, men det far inte mycket inte.
Man kan ta in den.
Ja, pallarna i kassan. I de där garnen, jag vet, är de likadana de där som var under säcken, de var så svarta ut. Ja, till såna här undipallar bara. Ja. Please don't fall. Man kan inte johda pressun bort och viiki huupalta. Take the tarp off and dig out the last bag. Should be able to put it soon in the cedar. Började nu kanske vara loss. Kan vi vika den i. Den där kan jag föra in den där. För bort den där. Ja. Det är här något vatten här och det har blivit som pusat där. Hållast. Nej men där har vattnet hållast. Jag för den här in först, det kan vi vika ihop den där. Ekblad. Pallets here, then we probably like stack them there or put them somewhere. We got a bunch of pallets. Ja, nu är några knutar. Kan jag prova vika den här ihop på något sätt. Det blåser inte för mycket, man får nog tror jag vika den här. Där. Hur ska jag vika den? Den här lite repalla i den remmen. Pastel. No, köp en ny bara inte kostar det så mycket. Ja, det går ännu till sån här går det ännu. Så det bara så. Ja, så bara.
3,50 gånger det här.
Det här är 5 meter, 6 meter där.
Ja, de 5 och det här är 6.
Det kan hända att det är lite längre. Vikar ihop den nu, jag ska vika den på nytt. Rullar ihop den. Ja. Ungefär ihop. Jag tar det här ballen bort. One more pallet. Yeah, I think we'll see when he comes back if there's enough room to put the last fourth bag in. He's doing a bunch of those short passes there. I think he's gonna be empty soon. That way he can draw, like when he does a bunch of short ones, then he can completely empty basically and then come here. Ja, jag tror att han såg di på flit, de här korta på flit nu så får man, vet du, så får man det precis tomt när det är så korta drag.
Jo.
Men inte, eller så, inte, kanske han inte tror att han såg hi. Jag tror att han såg färdigt runt nu där 5 gånger. Så bara man lagar det där så sen resten går snabbare.
De har lite en maskin där som man ska kurva mycket på det där.
Nå ja, inte det är mycket skillnad men det är det där.
Det är skillnad då när det är vått, men nu är det inte vått.
Nej, det är inte vått.
Men då när man kör det där, när man är stopp när det är fullt så då skulle bakfilmen i och det var så mjukt.
Ja, nej men det är inte mjukt något. De var lite kanske de, men inte nog mycket mjukt i de där som du brukar.
Det är så mycket djur på det där.
Ja.
Och så väger ju havran lite per kubik och gödseln är inte, det väger ju sån här.
Det där är inte riktigt så tungt som sånt där vanligt.
Det väger just 19 kilo en kubik.
Ja.
Då väger det 700.
800 kilo i säcken. Men hur det är...
3 kubik.
Nej, jag måste se om det
Det är
står.
något 700.
Där står ju det.
Det står där inne 1 kubik.
Ja, jag vet inte om det står volym.
Det står volym.
Jag ska se om det står kanske.
Men man tycker att den är större än 1 kubik.
Vain ammattikäyttöön. Så om man har trädgårdsland så får man inget köp det här var saker.
Det är som råttor på bortköp med några 100 gram.
Ja.
För ammattikäyttöön. Det står inte volym.
Där står inte volym nästan.
Men det lagar vad var det nu? Blod.
Det var något blod och vinassi och vad det nu stod. 3-4 såna här vad det var. Enligt här så är här inte som här är det lihajauho, verijauho och vinassi står där. Men nu jag tycker att det var nog mer än 3 saker.
Jo, det är något, det är allt som är gjort.
Men det är allt sånt som man får som kommer från Finland. Det är inte något importerat inte ska jag säga.
Nej, inte något kemikalier.
Nej.
Det är slaktrester och sånt.
Ja, och sen det vinassi det när man lagar det från trä när man lagar något papper något så blir det
Ai
kvar.
något litku från trä.
Det blir kvar när man lagar det där. När man lagar papper tror jag. Så blir det är något sånt som blir kvar som går att laga som går att sätta i.
Är det från pappermassa då?
Säkert något ja, något som blir så något sån restprodukt som blir.
Ja, så hilla det lite kväll.
Så man säljer massaved så kommer sätta man resten i jorden tillbaka. Men det är bra att det kommer från Finland så därför.
Hur är det nu då? Har de höjt det där och när det är?
Nej, det har inte stigit så mycket. När man lagar det där så det vet du, det behövs ju något när det lagas i fabriken men liksom det andra är ju direkt, det behövs diesel och sånt direkt att
Men
laga.
det stiger lite ändå när det lagas med bränsle kanske. Alltså det är processen.
Såna vanliga så det stiger 30% för det där stiger bara 5% kanske.
Jo,
Eller lite mindre.
Det som de lagar med går olja åt då.
Ja, det där så det är bara de raka liksom, det är ju välillisesti stiger det men det är inte liksom direkt.
Nej, inte rätt.
Utan de produkterna kommer ungefär ändå. Och sen det är bara att lagra det kostar ungefär samma.
Inte lag som den kemisk eller det där väkilandet så det går.
Det blir alldeles säkert ju samma.
Mycket olja till det.
Ja. Och så är det importerat i Finland. Så brukar det stiga.
Jag hade börjat syta tästä vuosta.
Kanske lite hiot kanske. Ja.
Är det där årestagen? Tyckte jag lagar.
Och inte det om det inte är luften så inte skulle det bli.
Nej, men det stuvar från det andra.
Ja.
Fast det varandra.
Kanske lite.
När det är tomma det blåser det guld.
Ja, inte far inte den så. Nu väger det. Och det är det där.
Det var lyft lite det Alexander.
Ja.
Men gör det något det där.
Nej, bara den hålls till stå. Så länge det hålls till stå.
Han har ju hållit på stå när de är stagar.
Ja, att de inte bara vippar.
Men nu är det tvåan är nästan tom och det andra det är 30 cent.
Ja, båda är tommast.
Vi står blåser det vet. Men när man köper den, så när man lyfter upp slutar det till färg då. Det kommer att lätta.
Nej, man måste klämma av det. Det stänger inte. Man får så här automat, men det är där som man klämma av. Man måste klämma av det.
ser man då om det blir någon chill, tomt, när det är mycket liksom.
Jo, man kommer ihåg till stänga år där, men det är med så, med harvan det är inte så, det har bara uppe det här tiden, för det är bara man får en raka linje som man ser ju vet du vart man har parjat ställe.
Här är så mycket som den dit.
Ja, det är svårare, sån här rakåker så det är helt så det.
Nej, det är inte det där, det är något rakt.
Vad man såg om man är tarka så de där svåra packarna så vad man stänger av det här målande och så får man så att man inte glömmer något. Och det är lite kvar, nu det börjar nog säga att det var ganska nära slut tror jag. Han har nog sådd ganska mycket, det skulle nog borde ha varit 2 hektar sådd. Ja.
2,5 gånger 2,50 det är redan 7. Och om det går 1,5 kubik så kommer 5. Så det ska nästan vara båda lådorna bli tom.
Så det är som man får det sista där så behöver man bara sen en gång fylla en sed.
Och så ser man hur vi kvar det. Och så man lägger för det sen vi kvar ska tömmas tillbaka och så lägger
Tillbaka bara ja.
Myn till sidan. Det är liksom när det blir annars så ofta nästan. Om
Ja.
det inte riktigt får något det blir lite.
Nej, inte jag tror det skulle vara bra.
Det är nog bra bara att det var lite svart. Det där var nog mycket gulare.
Ja,
Det måste vara att det var i regn.
ja för de har tryska.
Det borde bli så svart. Så var det bara grus. Nu kan alltid ha en ny sort som kan växa bra.
Ja, nej, det skulle vara bra. Det var där i Youtube, det är någon Mäntsälä, den har luom och den hade just där Jackie förr och det kom nog, där fick vi 3 ton och den hade sådana lite dåliga också. Så det skulle nog borde komma samma som det Iris i alla fall, om inte mer. Så jag tror inte så är lika, så något om man kör med störst, något 7-8 kilsa i timmen kanske. Inte var allt för hårt. Jag tror man kör, jag vet inte om man kör det här raka strick bara, så man kan köra en kurvlinje, men det är, så blir det ändå de bakom Holman blir lite. Det ser nog ut som det svängde och kanske han kör en kurvalinje.
Det är så mjukt att det går till kurvan.
Med såmaskin går det bra, men det var med det där, när jag tryska förra året, så i år så tryskade jag med raka linjer, för fast stämde så när det känns som man svänger så man kör från andra hållet så vill det lämna lite. Fast man satt att bordet är så mycket framför axeln, men ja, med tryskan, för det tål bra. Det kan vara med
När man kurvar så vill det kläm liksom.
Ja, den där bakhjulens styr så liksom, det är GPSen som måste vara ännu noggrannare, annars i kurvan så det är så, om det är lite halvcent så far bordet 20 cent fäst.
Jag har inte börjat att köra rakt på tryskan.
Ja.
För i kurvan så klämmer det ner. Och ännu värre i kurvan.
Han lyfter upp det, han kör han det här ja, och sen kör han det där åt andra hållet. Det är riktigt som det var plöja. Ja.
Det är ju inte någon skillnad nu när jag lagar sprut liksom.
Nej, nu är det inte med det där någon skillnad.
Det är bara man blir alltid sådd.
Ja.
Vad är de här? Är det lom?
Nej, det tror jag det är sådana stort blad. Det är nog något klöverliknande, inte vet jag vad det heter. Det är något mysshåll, vad är det för håll?
Jo, det är fyllt sådana stenar på det där vet du.
Men så sätter det sig med tiden.
Ner så slutar
det. Ja.
Och så fyller stenar så sand och så här rasar.
Så rasar det alltid millan.
Rasar det långt när det fryser när det far i millan stenar.
Ja.
När vill att det ska vara sand där skit så fyller liksom alltid stora stenarna under. Så blir det stenar och millan runt.
Det är någon geting. Det var de bak, jag var massvis det där boskan som jag vet inte vad det är för vide boskan. Den hade blommor, så det var fullt med såna här humlor i den. Den blommade där stor boskan i den. Det finns ju inte så mycket som blommar ännu, så alla de där humlorna de provar att hitta med enda som, det är inte så mycket som det där. Det är inte så mycket som blommar ännu.
Här bara gräver nu så kan det vara under den här socken. Här är millan de här stolparna.
Ja, man kan lägga dörr där mitt på. Stor dörr.
Det går att ta bort det 5 meter. Man kan ta bort en socken där och lägga en dörr där. Så
Ja.
5 meter bred.
Det skulle också. Så skulle tryskan gå lättare att köra in.
Det skulle vara 5 maskiner. Skulle vi ta en sådär utanför ändan. Så får du gärna en där fast säckar och annat. Radda liksom. Traktorn vetar in nu. Men det går till att lägga dörr här nu. Man tar bort det mitt. Och lägger liksom bort plåtmalarna då.
Ja.
Tjänor. Ja, hur är det nu? Det kommer fönstret bort.
Fönstret ska bort. Ja.
Det var 5 meter brett. Det är Milan var stolta med.
Blir det högre dörr då?
Det är kanske högre.
Om man tar det där baken och där så blir det. Ja, om man tar det där, inte det är ju trädet som är yvigt där. Så man kan laga det blir nästan 6 meter.
Om den är 5 meter bred så de här var 4.
Ja.
Det är inte 4 heller, nej, 3,70.
Mm.
Man kan dra så tomt nu sedan att
Att det ska rymmas bara, ja.
Ja, för det ska, om man sålt 2,5.
Och så är det kanske när det är 3:30 står matpausen med samma.
Jo, 2,5 och 400. När jag har 500 så kan det nog, det kan vara 100 kilo kvar, 150 och så ryms inte en ny. Men sen måste han ta, men för ett säd så måste de köra några karor så kommer ett säd.
Mm. Ska se.
Sen så är bara till fylls säd. Om säden tar fyllt så måste det fylls. Eller en nere tar fyllt. 600-700 kilo. Ja, det går 600 år. Så räcker det till 3 hektar. Men säden tar man först ut.
Mm.
Om man inte ställer mer.
Ja.
När man lämnar den där så står den själv.
Ja, han skulle måste bucka under annars. Och så det när om det så klimpas, det när dubblar ju hjulen och det där packen så det rullar hela bredden i princip. Så där så far lite klimpar sönder ännu före det far i som.
Där mitten, där var ett slaget välter de fram. För det, när det var så mellan så såg man det grodd precis där vid hjulen.
Beta, jag så räcker lite längre för det kommer där.
Det grodd sämre.
Ja.
Så när det var så packad, jag färg där.
Ja.
När det fått vatten och värma under pressen så har det växt.
Det är grönare under, alltså.
När det var så kallt på natten inte det far igång riktigt ännu.
Nej, nu har det blivit hela tiden, nu börjar det vara nog alls det grönt. Det var den började vara långt från gräset. Ja, maskros har börjat komma. Nej, där är alldeles hårt. Ja. No, när han kör så att inte varje drag så det är svårt att säga. När man, men det är, nu är det 5 var runt hela, så det är 15 meter runt hela. Och sen när man börjar de från lite fram och tillbaka. Men så de baken bara runt kanten och sen inte något fram och tillbaka tror jag de är. Annars är det för mycket, annars är det en 3 hektar. Så. Nej, det går inte. Det är inte man får inte sikta det rätt ställe att det blir 3 meter. Från som en kant hela tiden vidare. Ja. Det syns inte nästan något. Ja. Från harvan, det syns en så liten harvan, det är lite åt andra håll, men inte nog mycket det heller när det är så torrt. Det blir inte mycket mörkare där som en dry sågmaskin. Ja, så det som man svänger så är det lättare, vet, så det är inte så brant i sväng tillbaka. Varannan eller var tredje och sånt. Men harvan är ungefär varannan var tredje går ganska bra. Och vältär nog varannan, ja. Jag satt regnmetan ute nu.
Jo.
Så ser man vad det kommer imorgon.
Men nu var det nästan, nu ska någon natt bli virus.
Och det kan ännu bli, ja.
Man har suttit till ömlet i natten.
Ja. Veden bör nog ganska, nu har det torkat några dagar, nu börjar det nog, det hörs ganska det här i alla fall hörs nog torr. Ja, det kan man se så att man bränner det före, för det är i alla fall, det är nog torrt det där, det ska under tak nu småningom. Jag börjar med de där, ja. Bara de som är dyra där man in dit på längst bak. Ja, om man ska. Ja, det är nog bättre att sätta under takrän före, för att sen om det börjar regna jossain vaiheessa. Så.
Man tar 2 in och 2 i hand.
Ja, men inte det nu det här tiden, inte det är så brått ännu inte. Men det sen slutet på det här månadslönen, för sen 6-7 månaden så kan det bli så, det är inte riktigt så torr luft med sen inte. Så nu är det ju luftfuktigheten är ju tosi låg. Ja. Skugga har inte blivit, det är solen som har blivit såbränd, jag tog inga lats. Let's get in the shade so we don't get sunburned. I don't have my hat on right now. Yeah, we're just waiting that he can come and we can fill up. Should be maybe able to put the last bag of fertilizer in. This one, we couldn't lift the bags with this, but we can use this to lift the... When we start tearing the barn down, that's gonna be probably the next project then at some point once we get the seeding done. Happening in the ant nest. Not that much. I think some animal were here and dug the ant nest here used to be bigger. Some animals have been flattening it. There's still some ants there. waiting for John Simulator. Yeah, it seems to. I don't know how much he's done, but quite a bit, I would say. I think he should only be able to do like 2 point something hectares. So it should be, if he's done like 5 laps around the whole thing and then a little bit back and forth here, it should be, I think he should be empty soon. But it's always, yeah, when you do he's doing around the islands and the corners, and it's always like slower. So it feels like he's done more than what he's done probably. Oh yeah, what is that? Don't tell me this battery is dying soon. Nah, 11%. Still got a little bit. There was a little bit of not much left of the oats, no, at all, but they filled up before he started the first time. The first field we filled up, and then he filled up. Yeah, they filled up a second time already. So now would be. Yeah, there's gonna be not. There was a little bit of the Jackie left, but I think there was just a little bit. I didn't see, but I think there was only like a little bit, so it's fine. No, but that was before. The small field was already almost no Jackie. There was so little left, yeah, from the Jackie from the big field that only a little bit of the little field. So already the small field was mostly the other variety, and then this is the same here. It was really, the Jackie almost ran out on the big field, so it was pretty good. It almost precisely ran out there, just a little bit. There was maybe, I don't know, 50 kilos left, 100 kilos maybe for the small field. So it was pretty good. But yeah, from this field, this is now, yeah, if you meant that, yeah, this is only the Iris variety on this field now. But we're not gonna. We're probably gonna, if the other variety performs relatively well, then we will all sell all this, like the Iris, and get rid of it and only have like a Jackie in the future. If the new one is good, the new variety, then we get rid of the old variety. That's the plan, at least. Unless the new variety performs like super bad, but it shouldn't. Is that John out there? It is John. We're waiting. When he comes, he should soon have enough room in the seeder so we can put the last fertilizer bag in. We're just waiting so he has enough room in the tanks. And also probably he has room for, at least he has at least he has room for more oats, but maybe also this last fertilizer bag. It shouldn't be too long till he's empty. Maybe now he's checking the box. This log has become an anthill. Antique log. Yeah, these we split last spring, and the pallets down there are from this spring. These are, once they dry up now, these are definitely dry enough to burn. The otherwise also soon probably dry enough. Leaves are coming out. Still seems like it's got a little bit left, but maybe if he's coming here he doesn't have that much left. Not that much left in the tank. Let's see if these sound the same as the other. If these have the same sound as the other wood. It's pretty close. Starting to be pretty dry here also, I think. Everything is harrowed, and I don't think we broke anything. Gotta check all the tines if everything is good, but it seems good. Don't see any obvious things that would have broken. A little bit dusty, but not too bad. Actually, there is quite a bit of dust now. When the sun's out today, the surface is starting to be pretty dry. Then it's just time to, that one we will be using tomorrow still to roll this field and this field. But that one needs to be then washed, put away. This one washed, put away. That one washed, put away. Cedar washed, put away. Cleaning, then the cleaning starts after everything is in the ground. Does your equipment wear down with your type of soil? It wears down a little bit, like the bits that go in the ground there, you can change the last bit. They will wear down, but it's not very fast. Like maybe, same with the plow, like these parts, they do wear down, but you don't need to change them very often. Yeah, so this bit, this end bit here, you can see, like you can change. This is a new end here, and this is like this is wore down a little bit here. Like this is a new. You can flip this like the other way. This is a new end, and this is like it's soon. You should probably switch this the other way around. So it does wear down. Like this part, even this part can wear down. But it's not super bad. If you have like sandy soil and a big farm, then you need to change all these parts like every year. Even this part can wear down. These are, I would say, the discs are original. They don't wear down that fast, but yeah, this part and this part especially, they do wear down. But I think the wings are original on this still, like these parts. I think they're original still. Like not much wear here, I would say. But these have been changed. This one is actually pretty thin here at the end. I'm sure it's still fine. But yeah, probably this one is the one that wears down most, but you can change. That's not super expensive. It's not a big bit. You can just take the bolts off and put in a new part. But yeah, on the harrow, the bits that go in the ground, they have been changed probably at least once, I would say. And yeah, on the plow, it's been, some parts have been changed probably. But the wings are original because yeah, you can see this wing, this plow was also a neighbor's first, and they even broke this wing here. They probably backed against something, so it snapped the wing. Then they just welded it back together, and it's been staying together now for probably like 15 years after that. So apparently you can weld the wings, at least if you have the metal wings. You can have these you can even get like plastic wings like these. They're made of some sort of like hard plastic. They could work on our soil even, but at least these metal ones, they last like a long time. Yeah, it's this. They fixed this one. It was broken. You can't really see. You can see a little bit on this side. I mean, if this is iron, then it's pretty easy to weld actually. Because I don't even want to imagine what this whole wing costs new. If you need this metal part, like the whole major wing part. I don't even dare to guess what that costs these days. Probably 300, 400 euros or something. Now he's maybe empty. He should be soon because he's done quite a bit of the field. The fertilizer bag should probably fit now. Now we're down to 12%. My phone is also running low on battery. This one is 10%. It's gonna come soon, otherwise I need to change the battery also. Otherwise the stream will die again. And how's the camera actually? Our camera is good today, 50%. So the camera has actually been draining slower today. I mean, if we still got 50% in the camera, like we've been streaming probably like 8 hours already. So today the camera is good. That's really weird, because battery is same, camera is same. What has changed from yesterday? Maybe colder temperature actually. Maybe it was so hot inside the cabin yesterday that it didn't charge as fast. That could be one thing. Yeah, no, today the camera won't be a problem. Well, if I change the, as long as I change the big battery pack in the backpack, the stream can go for another. I think the other battery maybe lasts like 5 hours only, 6 hours, but then it's already like almost dark. So we should be good today. yeah, I need to charge my own batteries. Yesterday it was pretty much, once I got these fields harrowed, it was like shower time, eating, and then straight to sleep. And then I woke up this morning and back to harrowing. So it was pretty much for sure a full work day. But yeah, I wouldn't say that's like a normal day. It's in the spring a few days like that, and then there's a few days in the fall when we harvest, when it's like 12-hour days or something. But it's in 1 year, I would say those long days, maybe there is like 2 weeks of long days maybe. So not too much. Still going. Still got stuff left. Shouldn't be much anymore there. I almost need to grab a battery for my chat phone, will kind of die soon. I was thinking he was gonna be empty sooner than what he is. I got the battery outside here, but I don't have a cable again. Fall are long sampo days, yeah. But even then you usually can harvest only for like 8 hours, 9 hours, but before that you need to like grease the combine, make sure it's like ready to go, so, and maybe move some grain back and forth, so then it ends up being a long day. And this battery was the one that doesn't charge, and I don't have a cable. This one can go in the backpack though. Or the other one, yeah. And there's one mini battery, but that's in the tractor, I believe. Well, I got 10% still. Maybe John comes back before 10% run out. And yeah, how much here? Should we change this battery already? 10. Got 10% in 2 batteries. Oops. But yeah, he can't have that much left. I mean, it's already like 4 p.m. He should... Nu sa just joo. Sun on just budeva tomt. Ja, no då bör det stämma, för nu bör det bör nog vara ungefär halva just. Ja, det skulle vara bäst. Och så bör det bara kanske lite sen till nu slutet. Eller räcker det till allt? Det räcker inte till allt ännu. Ja. Ja, det skulle vara bäst. Så bör det bara lite till sen. Ja.
Det går till ett fullt kvarter. Hur mycket liter är mycket kvar?
Ja, så går det bra. Det är 4 till. Det var nog löst. Man såg att det har frusit i vår för just de backorna, så det är där som det är alldeles fint.
Det var det där mullningen alltid. Det var det som blommullen.
Nej, men de ställde de där backorna, där brukar vara klimpar, men där är det inte någon klimpar där heller.
Det får nog så där, det fanns.
Tillräckligt djupt, ja. De där backorna, så de är inte någon klimpar heller. Därför vet man att det har frusit på våren.
Det är bättre när det fryser som höstblöja.
Ja, no, bara det inte regn, då en gång när det regnade på våren så var det att läsa kauhea klimpar alls där.
Joo,
Fast det var höstblöja alltså.
se on köpot, så ne torkat blir det rikkoa.
Vi sa klimpar bara hela tiden.
Att regnar det bara nu i maj, lite regn och så blir det bra.
Så bör man se. Hoppas det imorgon kommer så mycket som möjligt.
Det skulle komma ju lite mer och så. Ja, vattnet så fryser det loss.
Lite betong för det bort, ja.
Fast det är nog när det köpes betong, det är liksom allt stämmer bra. Eller allt det håller nog bra.
Klimpar, it means like chunks. Dirt chunks. But yeah, he actually might have stuff for like 3 hectares almost, so he's almost halfway done with that field, which makes sense why it's taking so long. But then we should be able to fit this whole bag in one go. Because even if he hasn't done much behind there, then it's like he's done a round and now he's almost done this like every third pass or something, this whole front part. So it's gotta be pretty close to half the field almost. Then if we can fill both fertilizer and oats, and it's not gonna be enough for everything but close, I think. Almost enough for all the rest. Now he stopped again. Maybe now he's empty. Nej.
Är det något minne?
Jo, för att man kan ju, då någon åker så börjar den ena dagen, sen stänger man av hela traktorn till natten och sen morgonen man står på så kan man fortsätta därifrån som man blev.
Det måste något minne.
Det sparar hela tiden liksom, när det far framåt så det sparar sig hela tiden liksom.
Men om strömmen far hit så står man inte heller.
Nej, om det där far jag från det där, men den där hade ju, där jag har akku till den där och, men men jag hade tog bort den för den akkun kärähti när jag stängde av den. Det var något att jag satt uppe så tror jag att det var 2 akkor och den akkun for, men nu har jag bara haft med strömmen från väggen istället.
Du har far strömmen så nu kör.
Ja, så man kör, så tar man inte där GPS. Men det bara de där akkor, det tar man inte tror jag med det ena, för det ena akkun var i skicken nu. Men det, nej, utan det är såna svarta såna. Ja, man får nog, men jag tänkte när jag har det så inte orkar jag köpa såna. Men det ena akkun, jag vet inte, det tar man inte tror jag med det ena akkun.
Men i traktorn är bara traktorn.
Ja. Men det var igår. Men det tar man nog ändå. Igår så var det där. Det strömmen for bort. Men det kunde bara något 5 sekunder. Det strömmen var bort här hemma igår. För det stängde av datan. Men inte också jag något när jag körde inte. Så det är att om det är riktigt kort stund så gör det inte något. Kanske något lite, ja. För jag har också inte något i på. Jag har också bara det där datan och det som filmar slutat ta hem. När datan får avstängd. Men det körande gick nog riktigt bra. John wants to test out how long 10% at phone and Bella box last. Yeah, I'm down to 6% on chat phone now. Oh man. But he can't have much left now. I know I said that like an hour ago. But there should really not be much left now, I think. Where is he going now? Doing longer passes. Maybe an additional headland pass. Last 800 kgs of fertilizer. Yeah, we're gonna put probably the fertilizer we can put on a little bit more so we run out of it. So because I think there's like, yeah, there's under, probably maybe under, a little bit under 4 left. Yeah, we can. I don't know if John already adjusted, so it gives out a little bit more fertilizer. Because you don't really want to save the fertilizer for next year. We kind of want to run out of everything. Now I think he's empty. Oh yeah, now he's coming to fill up. Nu kommer han tror jag. Nu är det tomt. Jag behöver akkun från traktorn för att här min kännykkä faisi tom. Nu tror jag att det blir. Now we can release the seeder for the last time. No nu kan vi nämna nu här när om vi tar loss så kan man nog ta med det. Nej, ja, men jag måste ta det akkun från traktorn för jag behöver den med samma nu. Ja, jag tar det där ena akkun som man har. Det är en akku, jag tar den. Ja, annars.
Om måste hagla så kör lite och så.
Ja, no det kan vi se ja. Men i alla fall det akkun kan jag ta ifrån för den får vara det här.
Eller seden är säkert slut.
Den är säkert slut.
Det var inte fullt så det var nog bara 6 slut. Det är nog ganska upp.
Nu ska det vaska den yrkit. Ja, vänder den om. Kanske det går gödsel då. No, då går gödsel. Då tar vi gödsel. Ja. Okej.
Det är ingen skillnad då.
Nej, inte det.
Sen behöver man inte ha loss det med.
Nej.
För det ska räcka.
Ja. Det far så långt som det tar lite före slut så inte gör det något. Men det far slut bara. Slut. För det är inte, om man sparar det ett år så kan det hända att det inte far in med såmaskin.
Men
ja.
Du tar det där och kastar det på.
Jo, jag kan kasta det i trädgårdsland. Så får lite gödsel i trädgårdsland.
Det var att få lite fodraste kvar där. Som det var något så var det maskin som det blev.
Ja.
Det är något.
Sådär. Nu ryms det alltså säcken gödsel. Si nu, si. Det ryms nog ja, från ner bara. Ja, så att det far slut. Nu är det ner. Ja. Jag tar och blåser lite. Ge det akkun med den ledningen, jag behöver det till min kännykkä dö. Och sen det där vita eller de skulle ha en ledning. Behöver du det? Är de på andra sidan? Jag tycker att jag hade en extra ledning. Är de på andra sidan? Nej, inte börjar lasigt, men jag behöver en kabel. Behöver du den där din idag ännu då? Shit.
Det är nog inte riktigt rimligt. Du ser det att där är där på sidan så mycket många till att se att det blir lite kvar.
Ja.
Det är inte rimligt.
I don't have a cable for the damn. I don't have a cable for the power bank. Jesus. Chat phone might die soon, but nu går det lättare. Det låg emot. Ja. But yeah, if chat phone dies, then the stream should be going. So we'll just load the fertilizer now. with or without chat. Now it's on. Yeah, I should be able to find a cable somewhere. Seems to be the thing today, to find a cable. Last bag going in. It should fit, but it's gonna be probably pretty full. There was still a little bit of fertilizer left, I think, but the grain was completely out. Tror du inga se? No, om man måste fylla se 2 gånger i alla fall, så då kan man ju ta ja. Ja. Nej, bakåt. Bakåt, ditåt. Gotta move it so it fits. Vänta. Move this a little bit this way. Ja. Där. And he. So that the fertilizer fits for sure. Där. Här och lika på mitten här så går det bra. Framåt ännu ja. Det är när man skär så det är inte så tarka men. Nu är det bara mitt på bara så här. Där är bra. Stai så här passligt typ som förra gången. Ja, där passligt som förra gången så gick det bra. Kanske bara sådär på ena sidan. Men nu kan jag lite mer upp. Nu kommer det lika mycket på sidan. Det kommer ganska bra takt. Kanske lite med hit, men inte vet jag. Jag kan stänga nog lukan hit, det går. Jag kan lätt stänga nog om det blir för mycket. Man får lika mycket på båda sidorna så behöver man inga muck yvy sen. Minimize this a little bit. I don't need this anymore. Syns här får jag lite lätt med en hand så kommer det inte något. Upp. Kanske tar lite framåt. Riktigt lite sådär liåt. Där nu lite lättare. Ja, jag tar yppi med yppisäcken. Maybe I need my knife still. Hur mycket är det nu? Nu är det ganska lika åt det. Jag kör mer yppi för att det är ungefär lika nu. Jag måste ta kniven tillbaka. Jag tror att jag behöver kniven. Men det är ganska lika när jag tar lite mer hip. Need the knife a little bit. Be pretty full. Är det fullt? Jag får få en kärring där så taas. Någon dubbelvägg eller något. Prova kär. Ovass kniv. Did I cut into? Do I try to go through this? Need to cut more this way. Oh yeah, now we're flowing. Fast det är fullt i. Jag kan ta yppa lite mer än nu. Ja. Nu börjar det se ut som det ska börja ta slut. Nu är det inte mycket kvar mer. A lot of fine dust here. Hur är det nu sista? Ja, det ska mer hi. Allt hi bara. Man behöver inte ta det på den sidan mer. Det är bara, det är onödigt. Sådär ja. Kommer jag vet mukaan lite. Där, nu kan man kippa ut sista i. Det ryms allt där. Ja. Nej, nu rymdes det just. Där, nu börjar det. Där, nu börjar det tomt tror jag. It did fit. Barely. Yeah, without moving that it would not have fit. Now it's completely full. Det blev riktigt fullt. Full stuff. Then we need to blow off the dust from everywhere. Va? No, det är nog ganska. Ja. And we'll take the lifter off. And then they will go over there, put more grain in also. Approximately 900. Yeah, there wasn't that much. Maybe 850, 900, yeah. But John he had increased how much comes out already. Now chat phone died. We'll just take this off here, then I can change some batteries, get some things charging again. But we don't need a bag lifter at all, so we can take it inside here. Then I'll put it like to the side. Put it a little bit to the side here, then we can dismantle it later. Shouldn't need the log lifter anymore. Oh yeah, put it back. Put it back together. Ja, det är nu 800, beroende på hur många hektar det är kvar så man vet det och sen hur mycket det är kvar. 3,2 ja, man får sett Man får sett nästan...
Vi kan lägga något.
Man får
3,2. Då måste lägga inte vara lite över det.
Det får fan nästan... Det får fan att gå 280 per hektar.
Och med de sista har ökat lite.
Hirex är bra.
Låter bli det.
Ja, no, ja, men man kör nära som man lyfter så tar det. Ja, nu kommer det bra hit.
Det är bra. Ja, lyfter upp.
Nej, hit får huti.
Bra.
Det får det för det ska vara mer utåt.
Kommer det.
Neråt. Ta loss. Det kanske räcker, det ska vara mer sådär. Men prov nu.
Nej, nu går det inte.
Nej, men det är just det att det här är max. Det skulle nog borde gå för det är hin och råd liksom på resten råd. Nu går det hin.
Ja, men det går inte. Och nu går det. Nu går det. Stora.
Nja, vad saker det?
Därför att den traktorn kommer inte dit.
Ja.
Det är lossning. Det var lite det att traktorn inte dit.
Lite hit. Ja. Det är nog fråga om riktigt en halv mil. Nu skulle det borde gå hit.
Nu.
Fan, nu har fyllt Lupadio sen matpaus eller? Joo. Joo, tota. Now just more, they put more grain in there and then we should be... Joo, man får sett med gödsel.
Vi ser att ställa nu. Joo, det är 9 kilo. Ska vi se nu här samma? 9 och 3,2 kilo.
Har du farit passligt?
Nej, det far inte tajmenipan. Jag har den på 15 kilo per hektar. Liksom det syöt, det blir lite på sina kalorier här på. Och här ser du mig kvar. Det är bara 10 hektar.
Ai joo, joo. Har varit syöttöä med på bara.
Sitten här var det lite mer.
Joo. Nå, det kan man få det bara att fara så det där. Om det blir lite kvar så kan man sprida på ytan bara något.
Ja, så att jag vill inte det där.
Eller så sparar man till nästa.
Det är inte så mycket spara om det inte så sliter mer.
Nej, om det blir lite så inte...
Det är ändå det liksom.
280, nu blir det 5,4. 280.
Något 3 kilo jo. Mulla kanssa on den blir kvar sen.
Ja, den blir kvar.
5,4 kilo. Nu är det plus. Nu är det 4. Ja, du har ställt 4,5. Nu ska det vara 5.
We'll put a little bit more fertilizer on. There's so much fertilizer left, we can put a little bit more aggressive there now. But yeah, how is the stream now here? This is also 6%, okay. We'll go put the stream. I'll go put the stream inside here again and then switch batteries. And then I will go somewhere and try to reload my chat phone also. But yeah, John said there was 3.2 left, so he's done pretty much half of that field already. Let's see if we put the stream back here somewhere. Oh yeah, change the battery first. This. Then we need to, yeah, and when I restart when I change the battery, I need to restart it from my phone, which is dead. So I need to change battery, and then I need to start it from my phone. Yeah, so I can change the battery. It will be down for a little bit probably, but it should come back in a bit then. Yeah, I cannot shut down. I need to unplug. But yeah, back in a bit.